Okay, without any further ado, I'll start the meeting unless there's an objection. Okay, welcome to the November 14, 2022 meeting of the Nantucket Planning Board. We're conducting this meeting via Zoom webinar and remote participation pursuant to former Governor Baker's March 12, 2020 order regarding open meeting law. Board members, please acknowledge your presence when I call your name. Dave Iverson, Vice Chair.
Present.
Nat Lowell.
Here.
Barry Rector.
Present.
Joe Topham.
Present.
And the chair here. Alternates, I believe Carl Borchardt is not going to be able to join us. I think Abby DiMolina is coming late. And do I see Stephen Welch? Yes, Stephen.
Here.
Great. And staff, Assistant Planning Director Leslie Snell.
Here.
Land Use Specialist Meg Trudell.
Here.
And Administration Specialist Catherine Ansero.
Here.
All right, thank you all. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Is there an approval of the agenda? Motion.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat to approve the agenda. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. And I believe for the minutes, we are going to continue the October 13, 2022 minutes to our December meeting. So with that, September, do we need to get a motion for that, Meg, or just,
Yes, please.
So I'll entertain a motion to continue the October 13 meetings, minutes.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. And now on to the September 12th, 2022 minutes. Any comment, or I would entertain a motion?
Motion to approve the minutes as submitted.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion has been made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call. Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Okay. Before we get to second dwellings, anybody that is tuning in for the public hearing at the very end for 39 Fair Street, there was a request for withdrawal for the second curb cut. So we'll get to that when we get on the agenda, but I just wanted to announce that in case somebody's here for that and stays through the whole meeting just to hear that. On to second dwellings. Sanctity Head Golf Club Incorporated, 12 Isabel's Way. We're going to remove that, or actually just wait on that until the public hearing. And I believe there's a, is that a, that will be heard in the, for a separate, there's a separation for a second dwelling. So we'll remove that and hear that in public and come back to that. On to the other second dwellings. Is there anyone that needs to recuse themselves or comment on any of the other second dwellings? Seeing or hearing none, I'll read them off and I would take a motion to approve all. 18 Sherburne Turnpike Nominee Trust, 18 Sherburne Turnpike. Stark Point LLC, 16 Easton Street. Edward Coffin Jr. and Morgan Coffin, 21 Allens Lane. Nantucket Cottage Hospital, 60 Meadowview Drive. Bellander Bavler and Chuck Bravler, 9 Eat Fire Spring Road. And I would point out that the plans that were submitted, we received the updated plan showing me 4 parking places. The previous plans only showed 3. So I hope you all received that in your packet. With that,
John,
entertain a motion. Yes, Dave.
was the hospital, did they withdraw, Megan?
No, so what happened was they had and they still do have a tertiary dwelling application on the agenda after this, but they had initially submitted a special permit application to supplement that because they were going over the ground cover allowance, but they since have reconfigured their plan of the house so it conforms to the tertiary requirement. So they're withdrawing the special permit component to that tertiary dwelling application.
Mhm.
But this is under secondary dwelling.
Yep, so they're doing a secondary dwelling and a tertiary dwelling
Okay, all
on the
right.
lot.
The next one will be there. Yes, Dave. Thank you.
Thank you.
for-
Sorry about that. I just wanted to be clear. I apologize.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
So, second,
All right, motion's been made by Dave, seconded by Barry. Roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the tertiary dwellings. Nantucket Cottage Hospital, 60 Meadow View Drive.
Make a motion that we approve at this point.
Is there a second? Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Okay, now on to A&Rs. I would like to note for the record that we did receive a couple of letters in opposition to the roads. I hope you all received it in their packet regarding the adequacy of the road at 11 Pilgrim Road. I just wanted to note that, and if there was any discussion. Barry?
Yeah, go to Dave first. He's had his hand up, and then I'll
Okay.
chime
Yeah,
in.
I mean, I just, John, my question is maybe we should just pull this out and have a short discussion about it, just so that
Yes.
people don't think we're shining it. And,
Yep.
Okay, so
Agreed.
is there any other A&R that anybody has an issue with, conflict with, recusal, or question about? I see Leslie's hand up. Leslie? Is that from the previous comment, or are you?
That was an accident.
Okay. No worries. All right, so seeing none, we'll remove for now 11 Pilgrim Road, and I will read off the other A&Rs. The Summer House of Nantucket Realty Trust, Nantucket Island Land Bank, and the Ocean Ave Nominee Trust, Magnolia Ave. Second, Stacy M. Davis, 13 Williams Lane. The Ships Inn, Nantucket Limited Partnership, 14 My Comet Ave. Nantucket, Town of Nantucket East Howell Lane. KMS 126 Nominee Trust, Richard P. Bodette, trustee, 126.5 Main Street. Jamie and John Sansbury, 11 Helen's Drive. Jermaine and Marita Scarlett, 17A Helen's Drive. 7 Generation Realty Trust, 250 Mattocket Road. And that is it. Is there a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion that we endorse the A&Rs as submitted in accordance with staff recommendations as well.
Thank you. Is there a second? Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Now back to 11 Pilgrim Road Nominee Trust. 11 Pilgrim Road. Dave, you wanted to pull this for discussion or comment?
Yes, thank you, John. Yeah, so for complete clarity, I was a previous owner of this piece of property before the current owner, who's, I think I sold it in 2000, so it's been a while. I drove that road today. It is no different. If anything, it might even be a little better than when I lived down there. So I just think my point is there's been a considerable amount of development on that road since I left. And it seems that road can handle that. So I understand the concerns and the letters written. But I've I've had experience from that road since I think 1987, and it seems to be holding up fine. Yes, the brush needs to be cut back on it occasionally and some work is done, but in my opinion, it is of enough grade and width for these 3 lots. If it can handle all the other lots that have been built, this isn't gonna tip it over the edge.
Thank you, Dave. Barry?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to note it for the record as well, too, staff, as is true, if most of these things goes out and actually does a review as well. And today we again received written comment from staff that the road did meet adequate and suitable width and grade to be able to do it. So I think for the record, that's important that that's undergone staff review. And please always understand that staff review is always done in an unbiased fashion. There's no, equivocating as to who it's supposed to be looking at it. So, it's a very balanced report of my book, and I appreciate staff doing that.
Thank you, Barry.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Nat.
Yeah, I just like to make a little bit of a different comment to this. Is more of a procedural and historical sort of look. So, and Barry was here for all this. So improving a road was about the last thing people wanted in certain areas. And so, like say Millbrook, for example, we had a lot of pushback. We used to require a lot of improvement for 1 second dwelling in the middle of nowhere. And that started to become contentious as things started to get more redeveloped, and people sort of felt a sense of, well, we like it this way and all that kind of stuff. Same thing happened out in Squam, where they created a homeowner's sort of homeowner road system to keep us from having these strange approvals that would require all of a sudden somebody comes along and has to fix something that is really not any different than it was before, and they don't like it. So they created they have their own system out there to take care of that road. So when you come to a place like Pilgrim, where that road, as Dave said, he's 100% right. I used to go up to the Congans when I was a kid, and play up there, and that is no different now than it was even way before Dave was there. So imagine if we required that road to get fixed because of one lot subdivision. I mean, oh my God, people would flip out over it. So when you have a place like this that doesn't have a homeowners association, and it's already developed and now it's being redeveloped, there needs to be, the neighbors need to get together themselves and fix it. If that's what they want, they can do it in a variety of different ways. It's a private road. They can do all kinds of different things to fix the road to the standard that they want it to be. Because I can tell you this, they don't want it to be a cut through, I can tell you that. So there's been a lot of bites at the apple on this road, with whether it was the rebuilding of the Toscana property, whether it was the Field of Dreams, Barry, is that what they call that over there, I think? And there was there's been a lot of one lot stuff. And I think that the neighbors need to fix it, as far as all of them agreeing and creating a homeowners association. That's the solution to this area. So I went and looked at this lot. I remember when that house got built, and it's right in the middle of the lot, so I can kind of tell what they're going to do. So I just would say that, these kind of situations have to be, you've got to look at the whole thing from the past. You can't just say, well, we just moved here and we don't like this. You have to look at how it got to where it is, and all the development over time, and the institutional old development that's there, that was there years ago before zoning. The house right across the street from this driveway, that's definitely pre-72. So Okay, that's it for me, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Nat. So no other hands. Is there a motion?
Make a
Motion to endorse.
Second.
I'll set.
I lost the first motion. Was that Nat that made that motion or Joe?
Kind of the same.
All right.
I might have beat him by a hair.
Okay. Motion's been made by Nat and seconded by Dave. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you. I appreciate the discussion and the comments. Looks like everyone is doing their job. Okay, now on to previous plans. Say 7 Bayberry Lane. I believe this is a acceptance of a restriction. Representing John Brescher if he's here. Meg, would you?
No, he's not here, but I can go over it real quickly.
Okay.
So
Oh.
he has just written up and presented to you a restriction limiting the secondary dwelling to tertiary size on one of the 2 lots involved with the rear lot subdivision. This was a condition of the special permit decision as a requirement before the lot was eligible for a building permit. So simply a formality that he's following through with so that they can build on the lot.
Great. Nat.
Just a point of clarification, Megan, through you, John.
Sure.
Is this affected by the town meeting article? So can this be 900 instead of 650?
Yeah, so it's only has to do with the size of the tertiary dwelling and it'll be 900. The restriction does have language in it to the effect of whatever the definition is in 139-2. So if 10 years from now that changes to something else, that would be the new size requirement they would be bound by.
Okay, excellent. I just want to make sure that they knew that and that was covered. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else on the board? So Meg, you're just looking for a motion for an endorsement?
Yep, so to accept and endorse, please.
Okay. Is there anyone that'd like to do that?
Make that motion to accept and endorse the
Restriction.
restriction at 7 Bayberry Lane.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made to accept and endorse by Dave, seconded by Joe. Roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
chair votes aye. Okay, now on to the Westmore Club. I believe there's 2, an update on the status of tents, and then also a minor modification. Meg, is there anyone here for the applicant?
So I did bring Paul Santos over for the minor modification. I will say, unless Leslie has follow-up info, or perhaps Paul, we haven't received, or I haven't received anything from the town clerk about the Attorney General's write-up about the tent bylaw, which is what that discussion was intended for, but Paul is here for the minor modification.
Okay, welcome, Paul, if you care to comment.
Yes, thank you. Paul Santos with Nantucket Surveyors representing the Westmore Club. This is a minor modification request to the existing MCD for the property. Within this request, we're asking that 100A Cliff Road, which is a Assessor's Map 30 parcel 269, which is a small parcel. It's essentially a non-buildable lot that connects the club to Cliff Road. We're asking that we remove that parcel from the MCD permit. The parcel itself is sandwiched between 100 Cliff Road and 102 Cliff Road, both residential properties. The parcel itself contains approximately 13,000 square feet, and it lacks the required frontage for the R20 zoning district. From what I can gather, it looks like it may have been a piece that was set aside for a potential access to the club at one point. There is no intention to do that now or in the future. So what we're looking to do is take this out of the MCD, and then quite honestly, within few weeks, I'll file an A&R application to dispose of the parcel between the two abutters on Cliff Road. One being 100, one being 102. And that's essentially the intent of the minor modification. In accordance with section 139.11, we ask that the board considers this a minor change that does not materially affect the findings and conclusion upon which the planning board's previous decision to approve the development was based, and therefore shall be allowed without a modification, without a public hearing or a modification filing. I've also included within the packet the record plan of the property. I've included an as-built of the club, and what I've done is taking the Westmore Club density table, which runs with any application we have, and I've subtracted out this parcel to show that it has no adverse effect with regard to ground cover and any material issues with regard to the existing permits that are in place. That is the extent of the modification, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Paul. Board discussion? Paul, will you be
Surprise.
updating us on the status of the tent? I know that we kind of brought up that and then jumped over that to the minor modification, just so that we're not confusing and having an open discussion on both.
No, I have no input or knowledge about the tent.
Okay.
In fact,
right.
I was surprised to start on the agenda because my specific request was the minor mod.
So Meg, maybe we can just carry that update on the status of tent that we see on the agenda for next meeting.
I think that's fine, yes.
Great. So we're just focusing on the minor mod right now. Discussion, board members,
Oh.
is there a motion?
Motion to endorse or approve the minor mod, excuse me. Approve the minor mod.
Finding.
Yeah,
Also, okay, that's the material, it does not material affect the finding, the conclusions, et cetera. Not.
yep, that's it.
Okay. All right,
I'll second that.
all right. Motion has been made to endorse the minor modification by Nat, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Nat.
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thank you. And we, just as an aside, we will see you again in December for the A&R, which is the disposition of this piece. And we are also coming back for I think a 9th amendment to the special permit for the club with regard to some additional structures out there. Again, that'll be all filed as part of a public hearing process though. So we will see you in December, and I'm sure the tents can be brought up at that time also.
Great. Thank you very much, Paul.
Thanks, everyone.
Okay, moving on, Stephen Welch, 13 Waydale Road. This is for a request for an extension to August 20, 2024. Meg, Stephen?
Yep, so it's just a simple extension to align all of these special permits, the secondary dwelling approval and the tertiary dwelling approval, to have the same expiration date of August 20th, 2024. So I think you can go ahead and approve that in one motion and vote.
Okay, all the special permits, secondary dwellings, approvals, et cetera. I believe there are 6 of them there. Okay, board members, discussion. Barry, I see your hand.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, everything seems in order at this point, so I'll just make a motion that, unless there's something else floating out there, I'll make a motion that we approve the extensions as submitted.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made to approve the extension by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry?
I don't know if Steve has anything germane to this, so do we want, I don't know if you want to enter discussion phase for a moment.
Okay, let me, Stephen, I'm sorry, I missed your hand. Is your hand up or is that inadvertent?
Yeah, no, I just, for the record, obviously this is pertaining to my own property, and note for the record that I recuse.
Great, thank you.
There we go.
Formality. Okay. Again, I believe the motion's been made to approve the extension by Barry, seconded by, was that Nat?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye to Stephen's collection of special permits.
and the chair votes aye. All right, now on to public hearings. We have a request for withdrawal without prejudice for Nantucket Cottage Hospital, 60 Meadow View Drive.
And
Taking that in order. Any questions, comments, or motion?
so move, sir.
Is there a second? Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Joe. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, there's been a request to continue for Lindsley 39 Union Street. Is there a discussion or motion?
Motion to approve motion to continue to our next meeting. There we go. Sorry.
Second.
Okay, motion's been made to continue by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. All right, thank you. Okay, now on to public hearing, Sankaty Head Golf Club Incorporated, 12 Isabel's Way. Meg, I think the Kevin Dale is representing, and we're looking to request a special permit to waive the required 10-foot scalar separation between primary dwelling and secondary dwelling, and so that the existing garage may be converted into a secondary dwelling.
And this is a two-step, so if you
Yes.
approve the special permit request, you'd then
Move on to
approve
the
the
second
actual
dwelling
second dwelling.
that we passed over. Very good. Thank you. All right.
Good afternoon,
Kevin.
Mr.
Hi,
Chairman,
Kevin. Welcome.
members of the board. Good to see all of you. My name is Kevin Dale. I represent the Sankaty Head Golf Club. Sankaty owns the property at 12 Isabel's Way in Sconset. The property includes a single-family dwelling and a freestanding garage. Sankaty's employees live in the dwelling. It's a critical part of employee housing for the club. Sankaty wants to convert the garage to a secondary dwelling for employee housing. The garage is located 3.9 feet from the primary dwelling at its closest point. This is an application for a special permit pursuant to section 139(2) of the bylaw to waive the required 10-foot scalar separation requirement between the primary dwelling and the garage to allow the garage to be converted to a secondary dwelling. The property is located in the LUG3 zoning district. It's shown as Lot 2 on a plan recorded in Plan File 12F, the registry. It's also shown as Parcel 115 on Nantucket Assessor's Map 49. It has an area of a little bit more than 121,000 square feet, and Sankaty has owned the property since 1995. Again, Sankaty would like to convert the garage to a secondary dwelling for employee housing. It would have 2 bedrooms on the second floor and kitchen, living room, and bathroom on the first floor. The scalar separation requirement of 10 feet can be waived without any adverse impact on the neighborhood, no adverse effect on the health, safety, and welfare of the Isabel's Way neighborhood. More importantly, granting the special permit will allow Sankaty to provide more employee housing, which, as we all know, housing is a critical need for Nantucket. The Nantucket Historic District Commission has issued a certificate of appropriateness for the design. So in summary, I asked the planning board to approve this special permit and then go on to approve the secondary dwelling permit for this garage. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kevin. Before I open up to the general public, board members, any questions, comments?
Just a quick comment, Mr. Chair. This place is at the end.
Mhm.
In fact, I think it might have been one of the first houses ever built down there. And it's completely by itself. And Kevin explained it right about the garage. It's kind of tucked to the left a little bit, and the place is perfect for what they're doing. It's kind of in the middle of nowhere, to be honest. So I certainly don't have a problem with it. It's a good project for them to do. Makes sense. Thank you.
And I might just point out the obvious, the 3.9 separation, even to move it to 10 would become an unnecessary burden of expense for something on such a
Yes.
large lot of almost 3 buildable acres, 121,000 square feet, a little bit plus or minus. Joe, your hand's raised.
I'm fine with the permit, but I'm just curious, should we just request some fire separation on the inside or the exterior if it's getting reshingled? Just as a safety precaution. You know,
That might fall under the purview of the building
Yeah.
department and the codes for the fire separation between the separation of the buildings. So I think that might go past what we would be privy to.
no, but I think in that
But it's a good note.
instance of allowing the granting of the waiver, to say, you know, as long as that's in place, I'm fine with it.
Great, thank you. Seeing no one else, I'll open it up to the public. Meg, I would ask if somebody raised their hand, please let us know.
I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, I'd entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved.
So moved.
Motion's been made by Dave,
Second.
seconded by Nat. Roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
All right.
and the chair votes aye. Now on to the merits. Is there a motion?
John, can we make that part of our decision, Joe's suggestion? Just concerned with this being housing. I mean, I'm
Sure.
not trying to, believe me, this is needed and
Sure.
as my vote, I just don't want to be part of a decision that
Sure.
puts
I don't
people in
think
jeopardy.
anybody is not in agreement with what Joe raised. I just wonder if that's under our legality purview to require that, because it would have to fall under the building department and the commissioner. However, I would defer to maybe Leslie if she has a comment about that, if you think it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a bad idea to include in the decision.
I had to step away for just a second. Could Joe repeat his suggestion, please?
So granting of the waiver going from 10 feet down to 3.9, just providing some fire separation between the two structures. And I've done it before on Orange Street. It's just a simple
The 2 hour,
1-inch board that is added on, or you could do 5/8 gypsum board on the inside, which really is not really that much of a cost. But
Mr.
I think
Chairman,
in the granting of this, that if someone went back to decision, they said, well, it's based on because they did fire separation between the two buildings.
the Sanctity would happily accept that condition, irrespective of whether it's beyond your jurisdiction.
great, I appreciate that. Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Okay, then I would entertain that motion with the addition of that comment about the fire separation.
So
I'll
moved,
make a
Mr. Chair.
motion that this reduced separation is in harmony with the general purpose and the intent of the bylaw. And also adding in the piece from Joe.
Great, with the fire separation.
Yes.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion's been made by Dave, seconded by Joe. Roll call, Dave.
Oh, Barry's got his hand up.
Oh.
Just,
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman, through you, Leslie, through you to Leslie.
Please.
Hey. Leslie, hi. Are we starting to get outside of our scope here? Because I'm just a little concerned that, although it's a great idea, don't get me wrong, but are we going to start requiring those things in the future as part of a planning board decision? It's more kind of like looking in the crystal ball and making a determination of the scope of authority and consistency or as time moves along here, and past practices as well. So I'd just like an opinion from staff on that.
I actually, am I frozen? I do think it's outside of your scope. I mean, it's a building
Okay.
code related issue.
Mhm.
But you are granting a special permit to waive
Okay.
the separation.
And that,
And in this, the applicant's
Business.
open to it. And maybe it would be better if you just make it as a note that you suggest it instead of a condition. But I would suggest that actually.
okay,
Kevin hadn't agreed to it. I wouldn't have added it in, but
Right.
he agreed, so.
No, I think where everybody's on the same page. We're not trying to exceed our boundaries of what we're looking for. The applicant has voluntarily said that would be fine to add in. And it really comes down to the building code and the jurisdiction of the building commissioner. So with this particular one, I would have no problem adding it as a note, but not a condition of the board.
thank you.
All right.
Good idea.
And I would say, was that motion made by Dave, seconded by Joe? So let's do a roll call again if we started. Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you. And we're on to second dwelling.
Thank you.
Okay.
Make a motion that we approve the second dwelling application as submitted and reviewed by staff.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion's been made to approve by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you, and thank you, Kevin.
Thank you very much.
Now on to 28 Crooked Lane, Stuart Bomsler. I believe Stuart and Melissa Bomsler are representing.
Oh, Meisler.
Thanks, Dave.
Oh, Meisler, sorry. Thank you, Dave. My tongue is being tied tonight.
I
Sorry.
can see
Waiting to
why.
see what you come up with.
Tonight's young, who knows what's gonna happen? I apologize.
No problem.
So the purpose of the special permit application is to ask for approval of a second driveway access. This driveway will service the secondary dwelling. Its intent is to avoid the area that the newly placed septic tank will be located, in addition to avoid any potential negative impacts to the wetlands. So for those reasons, staff is supportive of the request.
Okay. Meg, normally with this, I would ask if we have a map. If I don't know if you have that, would you be able to bring that up on the screen just so everybody in the audience can see what we're looking at as far as wetlands, septics, and things like that? Because there are other characteristics that play into this application.
Yep, give me just a moment.
And while you're doing that, board members, if there's questions, comments before we open it up to the general public.
Can you see this?
Okay, thank you, Meg.
Yeah.
So we have the wetlands are all back in here. In that area, and that's where the second dwelling will be placed with the proposed new driveway over here. So it would avoid disturbing
Okay, thank you.
there.
And if there's no comment or questions from the board.
Septic, the tank must be for the back dwelling that they're.
Yes,
concerned
it
about,
is.
Correct, yeah, okay.
But we had to move the new septic like 200 feet towards Crooked Lane, near where the driveway would have been located, because of the Hummock Pond watershed area, which is different than the wetland area. But the septic, the only place they could locate the septic was right where the driveway was.
Which is not where we're proposing the new one to be. So we're moving it to the other side.
Okay, I see apron. Is there going to be the requirement with pavement with the material being used for the apron and such, Meg?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, so the apron material is actually under The jurisdiction of the HDC, what the zoning code requires is impervious surface. So whether that be cobble or Belgian block or brick or asphalt, but the actual material would fall under HDC or hardscape. We just require that an apron's installed and maintained to the specifications of the bylaw.
If there's no comment or questions at this time from the board, I'll open it up to the public.
Campbell Sutton.
Okay, Campbell, welcome.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, super. I just had a question on this because I noticed that they're putting in a very long driveway on to access the secondary dwelling, and their current driveway is sort of on or coming off from that curve there. And it would seem like a minor thing to sort of abandon that that drive and just come into the same area from the new driveway. Do you see what I mean on the map? This was in the packet, so it's an aerial view of the property, which is just after. So, I mean, it would seem to be a safer entry exit area than where the existing one is. And it doesn't look like you're would be going through all that much
I don't understand. I'm a little
habitat
unclear.
in order to make that small adjustment. I'm not sure if it would require an easement for the first 30 feet or whatever that is to get to that driveway on the second.
So
curb
Cam,
cut,
if I could try and clarify, and maybe you can agree or not. So you're looking to remove the existing curb cut on the left-hand side, replace it with the one on the right-hand side. And as you enter into that area, then you would bear to your left to go into the driveway for the front house. And then obviously, if you weren't going to the front house, you continue on to the back house. Is that what you're looking to do, or your comment?
Correct. That's my comment or suggestion or
Great.
some.
Thank you. I see some board members' hands raised, so I'll start with Dave.
I as much as I appreciate Cam's suggestion, because I think it would be cleaner, I have a hard time, forcing more cost on this, and that's what it would be. It would cost a lot of money. Gravel ain't cheap right now. So I think that letting them keep that one and putting a new one to protect their septic is the best way, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We always appreciate public comment at this point, but through you to Cam there, I'm curious if you have any standing in relation to commenting on this particular plan that's before us at this point.
Barry, do you mean, is there?
In other words, usually we like to hear from people who are directly affected by this, which usually is about a 300-foot radius from the property. And so I'm just kind of curious if that's just general comment, or is there any standing that we should be aware of with this, because it takes on, the comments begin to take on a different tone depending upon that. And I think that's just important to be able to rule that out, and especially for our records. Thank you.
Okay, Cam, let me just delicately put this. Is there any conflict or a butter issue or something, or is this just a general comment from a concerned citizen?
I think it actually has to do with traffic safety. If you take a look at the location of that curve and Cato Lane, and I happen to travel that road quite a bit. So that is really, as a concerned citizen with traffic safety, I do not own property in the area. So that's where my comment is coming from. And it is a public hearing. It doesn't say that it's a public hearing only for people within 300 feet.
Mhm.
So my apologies if I'm mistaken in the definition of a public hearing.
No, I think you have every right to,
Yeah.
comment. This is a public hearing. I think there was just a concern that there might be conflict, and obviously you addressed that, and there isn't a direct abutter or conflict. So I appreciate your comments, Cam, and obviously one board member has already commented on that. So thank you.
I might, could I comment as well, please?
Certainly.
Stu Meisler.
Yes, Stuart.
In fact, particularly in the wintertime, at the bend in the road is the most dangerous portion of the road. There's a giant puddle that turns to ice. Everyone veers out into the opposite lane of traffic right at the bend where the existing driveway is. And this is a much safer route, a much more direct route. There's no topography. It's a flat driveway. There's no puddles. There's no water running into Crooked. There's no road degradation. I think it's a great driveway location.
Nat?
Can I just, yeah, maybe I could kind of like rein this in a little, I mean, if I was to look at this and say, okay, and this was all like new land and no one had a house, I'd be like, well, can they share the driveway with a neighbor over here and share it with a neighbor over there? You know what I mean? We ran into this up at like, what was it, 142, 144, 146 Cliff? Remember those big long driveways? All going to one house down, all a mile long. It was crazy, right?
148, exactly. Yes. Long time.
And something, I knew it was after 140. I just couldn't remember the number.
No.
And this is sort of a mini version of that. These existing conditions create this. There isn't really a lot we can say to tell someone, well, we want to pretend that this is all brand new and make it beautiful and there's nothing wrong and everything's great. It just isn't going to happen. But I get what Campbell's saying. I actually tried to do that with my own house and ended up making it worse, to be honest, but that's another story. So it's tough to fit this stuff in perfectly so you're not wasting land and making more work for yourself. That's what ends up happening. But what they had to do here, I can totally see the reason why they had to do it. So, I mean, I have no issue with it. I can see how it, you can look at it and it's easy to look at it through one lens and then flip to another one. You got new work going on next door and there's going to be curb cut right next to that one. But it's not like we're going into a school like we have on Nobody at Farm Row. We have two schools with two separate driveways, 20 feet from each other. You better be careful when you pull out when someone's got the directional on because you won't know what school they're going to. So that isn't going to happen here. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg, anyone else from the general public?
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to close.
Make that motion, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion's been made to close by Nat, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Now on to the merits.
Thank you so much.
Oh, hold on.
Oh, not yet. That was just to close the public hearing.
This is the critical part coming up.
Yeah. Further discussion. Just as a note, I would, well, I don't want to engage in any more discussion. I'm sorry. Board, is there a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the second curb cut with the staff findings and the conditions listed.
Second.
Motion's been made by Dave, seconded by Nat to approve with the findings and conditions. Roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Thank you, Melissa and Stuart. Appreciate it.
Thank
Now,
you very
thanks for
much.
your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate
Good
your
night,
time.
guys.
Thanks.
Thank
You
you.
too. We'll see you later.
Okay, now on to 18B Barrett Road, Act LLC. I believe Arthur Reed may be here representing. And this is for a special permit to construct a contractor's shop. Meg, is Arthur with us?
Arthur is with us, and I'm trying to bring over Petco, who I believe is the property owner, who is also going to be joining as a panelist.
Great. Let us know when you're ready, and when you are, Arthur, you have the floor. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. I'm representing the applicant, ACKED LLC, the principal of which is my client, Petco Zlatev, who is on the call here now with us. This is an application for a special permit for a contractor shop, which is a use that is permitted by special permit in the CN district where this property is situated at 18B Bartlett Road. There's no other relief being sought. The use requires one parking space per 900 square feet of commercial or industrial use. The contractor shop will contain 1,937 square feet, so that requires 2 spaces. And there's a dwelling on the site, and that dwelling requires 1 parking space. As you see on the plan, we're providing 3 conforming parking spaces. That's basically it. The HDC has approved it, and the certificate of appropriateness number is contained in the application. I don't really have anything more to submit, and obviously my client and I are happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you, Arthur. I actually have a couple of questions. I know that there are a couple of contractor shops on Bartlett Road there, and not too far, just another neighbor on the corner of Appleton and Bartlett on the opposite side of that. But I do have a question in reference to looking at the plan. Is there any plan for exterior storage or garbage debris removal? Is there a spot for that? I didn't necessarily see that on the plan. And then also with light manufacturing or contractor shop, if you can help us out with any kind of hours of operation, being that it might provide a little bit of noise.
Mr. Chair, this is Petko Zlatev, if I may.
Yes, please. Welcome, Petko.
Hi. So yeah, exterior storage, no. At this point, I don't plan, or at any point, I'm not planning on using any storage for outside. Any debris, any products of the use of the shop, they're going to be stored inside. Okay. And hours of operation right now at the place I'm at, it's I usually go from 7 to 6. Rarely I do, a little later, maybe till 7. But I'm planning on having all the space air conditioned, and I do not leave my doors open because of moisture content that affects any building. So I'm pretty much closed all the time, except when I'm pulling material in or taking goods out.
Thank you very much, Petko.
Mm-hmm.
Board members, questions, comments before we open it up?
This is what CN is for.
Mm-hmm.
That's my statement.
Thank you, Nat. All right. Seeing no other comments by the board as of now. Meg, if there's anybody in the audience that would like to comment, raise a hand. Please identify.
I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay, seeing none. Board members? Motion to close, maybe?
Make a motion to close, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Motion been made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Roll call, Nat?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Larry?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. So now on to the merits, seeing that the applicant has suggested hours of operation for 7 to 6 and then no exterior storage. I don't think it's a bad idea to add that into the special permit, being that it was agreed to and given by the applicant. Any discussion? Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd just like to comment. I think, clearly this is a compatible use in the district. However, I think hours of operation and sound attenuation to some extent aren't big lifts. There are 5 dwellings in the immediate vicinity. And I think for long-term, for our efforts to be successful, combining these types of mixed uses in residential areas, sound is really one of the biggest issues. So I just ask y'all to consider that. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Other board members, comments? Is there a motion?
Motion to approve with the finding that the request for a contractor shop is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the bylaw.
With regard to the hours of operation between 7 and 6 and the no exterior storage, is that
Correct.
okay?
The other, yes. Yep.
And those 2 conditions for 2 and 3?
Yes.
Thank you, Nat. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All right, motion's been made by Nat, seconded by Barry. Take a roll call. Nat?
Aye.
Barry?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reed.
Thank you.
On to 5 Amelia Drive, 5 Amelia Drive LLC. Arthur, I believe you are still up. And this is for modification of existing major commercial development, MCD, special permit.
I will say I made a minor copy paste error in the staff report with the finding. So it should you get there, the finding should just say broadly, the request is in harmony, not, they are not requesting a contractor shop here in any shape or form.
Great.
Just to clarify that.
Thank you, Meg.
Okay. As noted, this is an application for modification of the existing major commercial development special permit that affects this property at 5 Amelia Drive, which, as I think all of you know, was formerly the Cinco restaurant and then Keepers. And the property has now been bought by 5 Amelia Drive LLC, which is affiliated with Remain. And the concept here is to take the existing 135-seat restaurant, which is a larger restaurant than is permitted in this district, and convert that to a building containing 5 commercial kitchens, not 5 restaurants, not 5 food service operations, but commercial kitchens doing food processing of food, most of which would be sold elsewhere. There would be caterers and others that need commercial kitchens, and this is intended to serve what we see as being a substantial need on Nantucket for people in that line of work to have commercial kitchen space in order to be able to do their work on food processing. There will also be some meeting room space inside and a open sort of 3-season enclosed or roof covered deck area at the front of the building that would be used for various purposes. There would be 1 food takeout station. That doesn't mean that all of the commercial kitchens would be doing takeout, but 1 or more of them may, in which case there would be 1 station that would be available for food pickup. And we've calculated the parking based upon all of those uses, including the 5 spaces that are required for the takeout station. The upstairs in the building will contain 2 apartments with a total of 5 bedrooms. There will be the food processing use does not require calculation of employee spaces. The only thing that requires employee parking spaces would be the takeout station, which requires 1 for up to 3 employees. All in all, we think that this is a very good use of this site, which is already set up as a restaurant and lends itself readily to conversion to this type of use. We would like to have the decision contain language that would allow the site to revert to its previous use as a 135-seat restaurant without further relief. Obviously, we believe that this is a use that will be successful and needed, and we hope it'll be in this use for a long time. But obviously, we don't know what the future holds, and just from the standpoint of protection of the property, we'd like the ability to revert rather than relinquishing the existing non-conforming use as a restaurant with up to 135 seats. I have with me Cecil Jensen of Remain, along with Jen King, also with Remain, to help me answer any questions that you may have. And that is the substance of our presentation.
Thank you, Arthur. First, I'd like to say I think it's my personal opinion, not reflective of the rest of the board's opinion, is it's a great idea, a long overdue use. I think there are so many different businesses here in the food business, caterers, food trucks and things that are inundated with expenses for a site, a brick and mortar, just so that they can provide a NSF approved, which is the National Sanitary Foundation approved site, so that they can run a license out of. And a lot of times people are using illegal spaces and home kitchens to kind of skirt around that and maybe jeopardizing some health issues. So this is a great idea. In theory, I am behind this and I support it. I do obviously have a couple of concerns. I've been in this business before. So some of the questions that I have are, number one, inspections and licensings, because I think generally you can have 2 commercial kitchens or 2 businesses run an operation out of 1 commercial kitchen, and there are separate inspections, separate fire and kind of vicar license inspections. You also have hoods and ANSEL systems that have, I think, every 6-month inspections. So my biggest concerns are the sharing a space with maybe 5 commercial kitchens, the licensing and inspections that go on to it, and also, obviously, I brought it up in any kind of special permit, the hours of operation. Liability is an issue when you have a cross contamination, if you will, for better words, of people coming in there with different clients and customers in 5 different commercial, if there's no distinct separation of the commercial kitchens. So, and we haven't even gotten into anything with beer and wine licensings. The previous 135 seat restaurant, although I'm not opposed to allowing the site to revert to the 135 seat restaurant in the future if they're without further relief. Just wondering about the beer and wine separate applications and things like that. So there are definitely a couple of concerns, but I don't want to scare you in bringing that up. I am in support of this in theory, and I'd love to be able to work around this. So if that's a lot of information, I apologize, but Cecil, you're smiling. It's like, wow.
No, you know, those are all really great questions, John. And we actually spent a fair bit of time before we purchased the building with the members of the health department. They've been in the building with us. They've walked through. Roberto is really in favor of making this happen, and his inspectors are also super excited about it, especially, as you said, because there are so many people scrambling around for space to cook these days that may or may not be legal. And and even if they are legal and they are inspected, it's a lot of work for the health department too. So they really like the consolidation of kitchens in one location. And the short answer that I can give you is that they have assured us that we can have this level of activity in the building if we have a building manager on site. So with a building manager on site to make sure that every person that comes in has their certifications, knows the rules, that we have storage facilities in the building, both cold freezer type storage as well as dry storage in the building that would be marked for individual use so that there is no cross contamination of food and people and, things going on that shouldn't in the building. So, I can't give you the answer exactly how it's all going to work at the moment. We are looking to have an operator in the building who, like all of our buildings, is in charge of the business. And but we are choosing our operator wisely, and this person knows the exact nature of the problem at hand. And we're all going to work with the health department to make sure we do it exactly as they expect. As far as wine and beer, we're not looking to continue a beer and wine license in this building. As Arthur said, it's really there'll be production kitchens and then innovation kitchens in the building. The production kitchens are as you would expect. That's, as Arthur described, they're people who have existing businesses who just need kitchen space. The innovation kitchens is more of an incubator style kitchen, and I can't see how any of them would require beer and wine in the building.
Thank you, Cecil.
The beer and wine license for the restaurant obviously will not be carried forward. If the property were to revert to a restaurant use, we'd obviously have to go through the process of applying for a new license through the select board and ABCC. Again, that's something that we strongly hope we're never going to be getting to, but I just simply from the standpoint of property protection wanted to leave that option open to us.
Thank you, Arthur. Board members, questions, comments? Okay, I will open it up to the general public. Meg, please let me know. See hands.
I'm not seeing anybody.
Okay, board members?
No. This is.
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion at this that we close the public hearing.
Okay, motion's been made by Barry.
Second.
Second by Nat. Roll call. Barry?
Aye.
Nat?
Aye.
Dave?
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Just in case we're looking for further discussion, I would like to add before that, under the findings, there is obviously the first and foremost the request that it is in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the zoning bylaw. Also, for number 2, I would like to reiterate what Arthur was stating, allowing the site to revert to 135-seat restaurant without further relief from in the future. And also 3, that a business manager on site would be on site with proper certifications. That being said, I didn't want to get those 3 things lost if we were going to continue discussion on those. So Meg, I have those listed if you needed to add those into, so we would have at least the 3 findings. And then with that, I'm open for further discussion or comment.
It's 1 finding and 2 conditions.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Yep.
Chairman, based upon that, I'll make a motion at this point that we approve the modification to the existing major commercial development with the findings and listings as denoted.
Okay.
Second.
Missed that second. Who jumped? Is that Dave or Nat?
I did.
It's
All right,
fine.
Dave, step right up. Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you all, and good luck. I hope this endeavor is a popular and successful one. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, John. Thank you all. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Next.
So,
We're looking at 9 Nantucket Road. This is AC Skibo Nominee Trust, Lester E. Lipscott's trustee. And Dan Malloy, I believe, is representing.
Good afternoon, Dan Malloy for the applicant.
Hello, welcome, Dan.
So we were here before you, I believe, 2 meetings ago.
Mhm.
And there were a few concerns. I think several of the board members, some of the abutters had some concerns. And I'll go through, I think there was three of them really rise to the surface. One had to do with stormwater and the road surface and fire department access. So we've provided some more detailed plans. We're basically pulling back some of the waiver requests we initially asked for. So we're providing a stormwater system for the shared, well, I'll call it shared driveway. So the driveway / road now has its own drainage system. We're also requiring each one of the lots, any new buildings will require roof drains, which is fairly standard. So with those 2 things put in place, we'll be providing more drainage, more infiltration than exists on the site today. So I think I'm pretty confident that will address the stormwater concerns. There was concern with the roadway surface. We were proposing a gravel or shell surface. There was concerns with noise with the abutters. So we're proposing to make that a solid surface, whether it's brick, pavement. We haven't quite decided which one, but I'd ask the board to give us some flexibility on what that surface is, as long as it's a solid surface, so it's not creating all the noises of gravel. And I believe the last question had to do with the fire department access. We have sent a plan over to the fire department just tonight that showed that a fire truck could access the driveway. And I'm confident they'll accept that. It's a similar access that's been used in other properties on the island. And I did reach out to the abutters. I sent them the revised plans. I have not heard anything back from anyone as of yet. So I'm running under the assumption now that we've satisfied their concerns. That's it.
Dan. Board members. This isn't new. Dave.
Hey, through you, Mr. Chair, to Dan. Dan, totally appreciate all the work you've done on this. And I know, I mean, this is a crazy lot. It's almost like a bowl, right? Part of my concern here is trying to save some of the mature trees in there. I think just for a couple of reasons. One, for the abutters, and 2, just not to cut down some mature maple trees. Is there any way to work out a building envelope that would take that into account for both lots?
Unfortunately not. I went out and walked the property again a couple of weeks ago, and all the trees I think you're talking about in the middle of the backyard are right
That's to the left of the building, I think. Meg has pictures.
Exactly in the place where it was the only place to build. Unfortunately, they are nice trees, but they're just not in a place we can preserve them.
All right. Thank you.
Any other board members, comments?
what are we talking here, Dan? Sorry, Mr. Chairman, through you. What are we talking here on the left lot? One big building or wraparound stuff?
Probably one,
I mean?
most likely
Yeah.
one house with an outbuilding, something. I mean, the lots are large, but there's only so much room to realistically build.
Yeah. Just, I've been down here. I was actually with a fire truck down here this summer, so they fit because I was standing next to it. 1 a.m. So this is one of those places that's sort of like a kind of a Cliff Road, India Street, North Liberty kind of place where they've got all this land that you can't see till you kind of look, and then, oh my God, there's all this land, you know? And there's going to be more of this kind of stuff down the road. It's better than what they could build if they could build a lot here right now without any approvals except HDC. So that's the thing. I don't really have any issue with the road coming in. It's actually asphalt from many years ago, and it's been working fine forever. So I'd rather see it stay hard, like, you know, some kind of hard surface, as you said earlier. I think that, you know, I kind of like lean on what Dave said about the trees. Is that lot back there kind of making a building envelope by itself, just by the way the topography is and how it's up? Because I was at the house next door recently, and you can see everything from their little driveway. There's quite a bit of land in there, but there's also a lot of, it's not a wetland in there though, is it? I mean, that's not a legal wetland sort of back there, correct?
No, there's no wetland back there. It is low.
Dan?
Properties are all, the property abutting,
Yeah.
I think you're talking about Nantucket Road, is much higher. And everybody been behind this property
Yeah.
is raised there. So we're a little bit low on the ground here.
Yeah, I think the most important thing, other than what Dave brought up, is the runoff. Is making sure we don't clear things too far and create, you know, a beach like we dealing with next application, the next hearing. You know, that's my concern, is making sure that what they do here is very sensitive to the butters and rain and, you know, all the different things that happen when they start fluffing up the soil, and all of a sudden you've got, you know, neighbors getting sand in their driveway, or, you know, whatever, you know what I mean? That's my concern. Just making sure that there's a lot of, you know, attention to that for whatever we can do at this level. Okay, that's all I really have at the moment.
Thank you, Nat. Any other board members before we open it up? I guess I would just like to comment and just reiterate, this had been before the board in I believe our September meeting. We were asked to get a couple of questions and concern answered, which I think the applicant just addressed and stated as far as the road material, stormwater drainage, and also the fire department access. I think Nat just noted this, the zoning allows for more, the size of the lots, and I think these are oversized lots, close to, one is over 10,000 square foot, the other is approximately just under 10,000 square feet. So, you know, without further developing, I think, you know, anybody opposed to development in general, it's obviously it is a subdivision, but I think it's a limited subdivision of what it potentially could be. So that being said, I think the applicant was addressed our concerns from our September meeting. And I just wanted to point that out. Also, with the condition that we added for no further development or further subdivision, we've added that in. And the town's council engineer to approve the changes. So having updated now, I think hopefully the general public is a little bit more informed. So I'd like to open it up to the general public. And I see Abby is here. Welcome, Abby. I'm sorry I didn't know you before, but just rolling up and down my scroll here. Welcome. All right.
Thank you.
Thank
So we have Arthur Reed, then Jim McDonald, and then Patrick McAvoy.
Okay, I guess we'll start in that order. Arthur, welcome back.
Thank you very much. I represent Patrick McAvoy, who is also on the call and will be speaking himself in a few minutes, and other abutters as well. Under your subdivision control rules and regulations, in the table in section 403, design standards for streets are established. And the minimum width of a street, regardless of what type of street, and this would obviously qualify as a minor street, is 40 feet. The width of the roadway can be 20 feet. And under certain circumstances, the width of the roadway can be reduced, but the street layout is required to be 40 feet. And the minimum curb radius at the street intersection is 15 feet. Now you are looking at a lot here that the applicant is attempting to subdivide that has only 20 feet of road frontage. So therefore they cannot and are not providing the required 40-foot roadway coming in from Nantucket Road, nor is there any turning radius provided for at the entrance to Nantucket Road as required by the by your regulations. So the result is that this is a lot that, under any standard that you've applied in the past, in my experience, would be an unbuildable lot. Now, the provisions relating to rural roads, which would be considered on this, expressly provide that the reduction in the width of the traveled way may be permitted and so on. But it goes on to say a standard 40-foot wide layout shall be maintained throughout. Now, I've certainly seen a lot of situations in which waivers have been granted with regard to roads, the construction of roads, in cases where you're dealing with a subdivision that would be permissible and that perhaps doesn't need to have the full extent of what would otherwise be required. But here, what you're being asked to do is to issue waivers in order to make an unsubdividable lot subdividable. And that's a completely different animal. And you're going down a very dangerous, very slippery slope if you start allowing waivers to allow subdivisions to take place of unsubdividable property. I think anyone looking at this lot over the years would and should have taken into consideration that this property is not subdividable because it doesn't have the ability to get a 40-foot roadway into it. And therefore, it would be, I think, extremely inappropriate for you to grant waivers to allow this subdivision to take place. Now, waivers are to be granted under section 1.05 of the rules and regulations with a statement that the waiver is consistent with each of the purposes set forth in section 1.03 of the rules and regs. Now, I would call to your attention that under 103, you have specifically 103C for reducing, as being the purposes for the subdivision control rules and regulations. 103C for reducing danger to life and limb in the operation of motor vehicles. And 103D for securing safety in the case of fire, flood, panic, and other emergency. And 103B actually has application as well, lessening congestion in ways and the adjacent public ways. The point is that traffic safety is a major concern as far as subdivision is concerned. And that's why you have the requirement for the turning radius to come into the road. And also what you're dealing with here is an extremely sharp turn that has to be made into a narrow roadway from Nantucket Road, which is one of the major, most significant, most heavily traveled roads on Nantucket. I think it's completely inappropriate to grant the waivers that the applicant is asking for in this situation. And I think that you should revert to the point of looking at this as what it is, and namely an unsubdividable piece of property. Yes, the applicant has every right to build on the lot. And with the ground cover that would be permitted, there may be substantial structures, but they don't have the right to subdivide the property. And we would accordingly respectfully ask that you deny the various waivers and vote down this proposed subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Arthur. Meg, I believe Jim was next.
Yep, we have Jim and then we have Patrick.
Great, welcome.
Hi, I just want to confirm you can hear me.
Yes, thank you, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you. Yes, I'd like to respond to two things the applicant said, which I don't agree with. The first is that the concerns of the abutters have been addressed with regard to storm runoff. We are an abutting property at 6 Accomuck, and that property has flooded twice in the basement because of runoff from that property over the years. And I have substantial concern that adding additional properties there and taking trees down will increase the probability of our house flooding. And the second aspect, which I'm not sure is accurate, is I believe our property is below that property. I don't believe that it is lower than the abutting properties. And so we have substantial concern about stormwater runoff and flooding of our house, which will only be increased by this proposed development.
Thank you very much, Jim. Meg, I think we have Patrick McAvoy next.
You should.
Hi there.
Here we
Hi,
go.
Patrick. Welcome.
Thanks so much. I don't think I can turn my, not getting an option to turn my camera on here, which is probably better for everybody. I along with Mr. McDonald, would like to just start by saying that I disagree with Mr. Malloy that things have been sufficiently cleaned up with the abutters. Firstly, I never received anything from Dan or the trust about this and any of the new proposals. I received it in a packet from Arthur. I have reached out to the caretaker of the place, who I noticed coming in and out of the property. So everybody's aware. I told the caretaker very explicitly, we have no idea what the intention is back there. We're petrified of, him trying to subdivide a lot that, by the rules and regulations of this board is technically unsubdividable. And, there could be a 5-year construction project with 2 houses and 2 pools and God knows, short-term rentals and 3 cars in each house, with a tiny little driveway coming in out of Nantucket Road right next to ours. And I just said, listen, we're reasonable people, but we live here year round and we would love to talk about it. Have the guy reach out to me to talk about what his intent is with the place. And we've just heard nothing. And so that's been very frustrating from my perspective, because I think, one of the great things about Nantucket is the community. And if we can't have open dialogue with each other as neighbors, and we're just going to come here once a month and hash it out on Zoom, I just don't think it's very productive. So, they have not addressed our concerns. I appreciate all the work that's been done by Mr. Malloy. I frankly, again, stand here today just feelings not better whatsoever. The fact that they might pave the driveway is great. Maybe it won't be loud, but if they're going to subdivide a lot that, like I said, we were told was unsubdividable unless there was frontage to the house and, frontage on the road. And it's incredibly disheartening to think that somebody could come in and, be granted extenuous waivers to be allowed to subdivide something back there. And I hear other people on the board's points about, well, they could erect a big house back there. In a big house, that's within their rights. That's within the law and the rules of this board. And if they want to have a big house back there and a pool, they can have a big house back there and a pool. But having 2 big houses back there and 2 pools and, a tiny little road And if any of the people on the board have come and driven it and just seen what a nightmare it is to try to turn left out of there against the traffic from Nantucket Road as people are coming back from the dump on a Saturday or Sunday morning, the only thing that we'll agree on, if nothing else, is that it's going to be a really bad accident. And my brother drives a fire truck out here. My brother-in-law drives a fire truck, and he's amazing, but there's no way in hell he could turn a fire truck quickly coming down Nantucket Road into that driveway from east or west without potentially having to back up first. There's just no way. It's tiny. It's like 18 feet and they need 40 and there's no curbs. And it just like, there's all these red flags to me as a neighbor with 3 little kids here now. And, I just ask that the planning board please turn down this proposal and leave it as one single oversized lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick.
We have Andrew Lowell up next for comment.
Welcome, Andrew.
You should be able to talk, but we can't hear you.
Andrew, are you on mute?
Not hearing anything.
Let us know if he gets connected, Meg. Is there anyone else in the general public?
No, but I'll leave him up on the screen. So if he can sort it out, then
We won't close until we see if we can connect with Andrew. Board members, any other further comment, questions? I guess my question right now, there is access and there is a legal right for one property with 3 potential buildings, maxing out ground cover, et cetera. So there is going to be traffic. I know the concerns that Arthur brought up in 103 B, C, and D. There's still going to be traffic coming out of that driveway, whether it be one family for a lot or whether it's 2. It's just a question of whether it's double the traffic coming out of that driveway. But I don't think the question was it's going to be eliminated. It would just be reduced if it stayed at one property instead of 2. If I'm wrong, please let me know. But that's what I'm hearing or analyzing. So I see Dave, your hand's raised.
Thank you, John. With all due respect to Dan and all the work he's put in on this, for me, it's just because you can doesn't mean you should. And I feel the contours of this lot just doesn't really, is going to be difficult to work with multiple buildings on it. And I know that even if this doesn't pass, you could come in and build a giant one in there. Again, for me, it's just because you can doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Dave. The board members.
And Mr. Chairman, I just want to ask Leslie if she can, or if she's not prepared, she can come back on to explain the width issue and we've done a ton of projects with small road layouts on purpose for the neighbors, by the way.
Thank you, Nat.
Just wanted to ask that.
Yeah. So Leslie, I guess obviously if you heard that, we're asking for clarification with the 20-foot as opposed to what the neighbors and Arthur is stating about the 40-foot. So is it legal, and what is your I guess description or analysis of that legal 20 feet?
So, I mean, the planning board has routinely granted waivers for the roadway width, the width of the traveled way and the width of the right of way. Because our subdivision rules and regs specifically contemplate that it's difficult to create design standards that are appropriate to all types and sizes of subdivisions. And you have really broad discretion with granting waivers. The subdivision rules and regs also contemplate waiving compliance with the regulations in order to allow roads that are more in keeping with the landscape. And I think this is a good example where, you know, a 40-foot wide layout with a 22-foot wide or 20-foot wide paved road is fairly inconsistent with what's going on around there and probably not necessary for 2 lots. So that's up to you all to decide, but you certainly have the discretion to grant waivers from the subdivision rules and regs.
Thank you, Leslie. I'm still kind of
and-
holding out for
and Mr.
Andrew.
I saw him reconnect, so let's try again. Nothing.
Is that heavy breathing I heard, maybe? Okay. Dan Malloy, I see your hand raised.
Just briefly, I mean, I've been in front of this board on numerous occasions for subdivisions exactly like this one, where you've granted the exact same waivers, essentially to reduce the roadway width when adequate access is provided. We've shown clearly that a fire truck can access the property. I think Mr. Lowell just said he's been on the property when a fire truck has physically been in the driveway. So the idea, I understand is traffic, but a fire truck can clearly access the property, so we have access. The waivers in width and turning radiuses that we're talking about are fairly standard waivers that the board has granted. They're generally put in place for much more higher volume traffic roads, not a little, what I would call a 2-lot subdivision. In terms of stormwater, I mean, we can certainly look at this some more, but we're putting in stormwater systems here that don't exist today. So there are none today. The property that I believe it's at Accomack Way is below our property. They are lower than us, but they've also built right up against our property line with retaining walls and landscaping. So we'll have to berm that side up and we'll put more drainage in. We have, like I said, there's drainage for the road that doesn't exist today. There's going to be drainage for any house, the building that goes up that doesn't exist today. So a lot of this water that's concerning, it may or may not be running in different directions, will no longer be there because we're going to put it right in the ground. So I don't expect that's going to alleviate everybody's concerns, but from an engineering standpoint, we're doing a lot more on this property than is there today. What I would say, stormwater wise, we're improving the situation.
Thank you, Dan. Not sure what order, but I see Barry and Joe's hand up, so I will go to Joe. Joe.
Barry can go first. Go ahead.
He's saying he's always letting the next person go. So Joe,
I was letting the senior go. All right, I'll go. Yeah, I had a little bit of a problem with this when I first saw the application, but I have a client on Lowell Place and it's almost identical width. Same thing, I had a fire truck down last winter for a false alarm. So I do know that it can get down the road. There's also 10 houses down, 9 or 10 houses along that Lowell Place. And I think it has it works and everyone's able to get by there. And there's not a problem with a fire truck. There's no problems with neighbors coming and going. And I think that if there was a drainage problem prior to this, I think that Dan has addressed it with storm drains for the runoff, for also, you get the downspouts coming off the potential new home. So I had a problem with this, but I do think that there's some corrections and adjustments that have been made that slimly make it under my guidelines or approval. So thank you.
Hey, Barry.
Oh, sorry.
Nat, did you have something? Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Barry. I'd forgotten to find my little hand.
That's okay. Go ahead if you want to. I'm fine.
All right.
All right. So
go ahead.
Just John, just through you and just to sort of a general you know, I understand how the people that have spoken feel, okay? I'm not an idiot. I mean, this is nothing new. There was nothing on Accomuck 40 years ago. There was nothing on Wynn Street 40 years ago except an old chicken farm and a barn. Wynn Street, by the way, it can't be wider than 12 feet and it's two-way. Talk about the pavement. It's this lot here just happens to be the last one in this little sort of area of this leftover unbuilt, built however you wanted to build back in the day. Okay. I understand what people are saying about water. I have the same thing going on next to me. I mean, but that's why I brought it up first. You can't tell someone they can't build because water might go onto your property. I mean, we wouldn't have any houses on Nantucket. So, there's just provisions that need to be made. You have to take care of the water. You can't just fluff up all the soil and just pretend that there's no water. Water is captured by the growth on the ground. Okay. Dan, I want to ask you about any kind of reductions, okay, in lot 1, in some kind of way to make it with R10 requirements. In other words, it's still R1, but with R10, the criteria of R10 instead. Some kind of way to reduce that a little bit and, still buildable. And also some sort of, and I don't know, I don't know if I've ever asked anyone to do this before, but like show on paper what can actually happen back here right now, by right, without anything. You'd have just as many cars, just as many, people coming in and out, whatever is going to happen back there could happen. Okay. I don't believe the buildings that are back there are historic. That was Stevie and Loretta Gibbs's basket shop, but I don't think that's a historic structure. I'm not sure 100%. They added on to it some years ago because I was just underneath that place in the part closest to the new lot. The potential new lot is newer than the front part. So just for people's understanding, it's nice sometimes to know what can happen, what it can look like without any approval from this board. So that's the thing that it's hard to swallow that. It's difficult for people to think that, they're not thinking about what can happen by right versus what can happen with a permit. So there are times where the permit way, the subdivision way, and the special permit way is better, depending upon what the situation is on the ground. So Dan, you got any answers there? I know your client's obviously not on this Zoom call, but this meeting, but I'm just asking you, I'm assuming that we're probably going to continue this. So I thought I would throw that in.
If I can just answer some of that quick, in terms of a little skeptical of producing, say, a master build out site plan, only because we can come up with something and show big boxes of sizes of houses, but I don't want to get stuck in a back and forth, not with anyone now saying, well, that would never get approved by HTC or.
Yeah.
We can do it. I'm just not sure if I'm creating more things I'm not sure if that's going to be beneficial, I guess.
The ground cover of 20,000 square feet in 30% is what I'm basically getting at. You can put a lot on the ground, is what I'm getting at. Without any waivers or anything, you can just go build it. So. And my idea about the R10 criteria on that one lot, not on the other one. It would just be on the one on the left. Just a thought to think about.
What I
Giving
would
up a little.
ahead,
what I
Mike.
would recommend if the stormwater sounds like that's really the, I mean, obviously vegetation is a concern. No one wants to see something built. But if stormwater still is something that we're concerned about, we could put more in. I don't know that it's necessarily beneficial, but we certainly could. We can put drainage along the perimeter of the property on the downhill side if we're concerned that something's going to overflow and damage the abutters. That's certainly something we could do. But given the shape of the lots, I'd be a little reluctant to go to R10 just because the setbacks push it in quite a bit on both sides.
What about the ground cover? Reducing the ground cover, not the setbacks. Like to 25%.
Well, given the fact we've got the oversized lots, we're only asking for 2. 3,000 square feet on the ground, I think on each lot is not that extensive for what we're looking for in the neighborhood and what's typically built everywhere. So, I mean, I'd prefer not to look at restrictions unless that's something the board really is looking for.
Well, this isn't a special permit, but I just thought I would throw that out there as far as some kind of way to reduce some kind of impact,
Hey, Barry, you've been patient, hands raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Now, sometimes I really do like to listen to my colleagues because they may be asking the exact same questions I'm going to bring up. So that's why I like to wait sometimes. And sometimes they'll give me a little food for thought as well, which I find very helpful at times. Just not go in with a precast notion of what's going to happen here. So through you to staff, Leslie, I'm going to pick on you. That I think you muted there, Leslie. Sorry.
Okay,
There we go. I thought that quick on and off was my answer to picking on you at this point. Anyways, left to their own devices out there and just nothing ever coming up. By right, they could put in a primary, a secondary, and a tertiary dwelling up there. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
All right, thank you. I wanted to establish that as a baseline. Furthermore, according to this plan that's before us at this point, the applicant is willing to limit with the addition of that second lot to 1 dwelling per lot. Okay, thereby automatically you're getting a gross reduction of 1 building on the entire thing. So I think that's something that this board needs to be recognized. I just want to digress for a minute as well too. I've got a few notes here. I heard from the abutters, and let me tell you, one of the things that will always get my ire is when I hear from them, oh, yeah, no one's talked to us from who's ever doing the project. And that in my book is just plumb old wrong and really sets me on fire. So just let me tell you, I heard that and I'm none too pleased because that really should happen when you're planning on doing something like this. And I want to say that's enough. I'm going to put that to the side, but boy, have you been heard. So going back to what we were saying, there's a gross reduction of 1 building by allowing this to happen. I've heard the concerns about drainage issues, but here we go again. I don't think this was designed such that either the town engineer, Ed Pesci, or Dan Malloy was going to set something into motion that would allow them to be sued later while people's basements are flooding or whatever takes place. I have confidence in both our town engineer and in Mr. Malloy designing this appropriately so that really does not happen, because that's the alternative to this. The other thing is that with the fire truck, we can speculate back and forth. I will tell you, Mr. Lowell, I believe, said that he had seen a fire truck down there. And believe me, the fire trucks will get down there one way or another and get things addressed. They're very good at what they do. But if it's not working, believe me, this applicant will be back before us to address those issues in one way, shape, form, or another. So time will tell with this. So I do have confidence in that as well. The last thing I want to say is that one of the things that we did bring up, should we approve this application, is possibly getting some type of contribution to the town for area improvements. And two things I want to consider here. I know there's a passion with the trees in that area, although they're not town trees. So maybe we could look at that as a contribution to where the applicant will make those town trees for the future. And we know what that imposes on the property by doing that. Or if that doesn't want to fly, the town doesn't want to accept it, is again, there is a bike path in that area and sidewalks that need to be looked at as well too. So there's at least 3 good things that could be looked at if they're so amenable to doing it. But I just want to call those things back to the board in terms of this application, of what it could be and what's being brought to you at this point. And kind of what do we need to do if we should decide to allow this project to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. And for clarification, Barry, maybe Leslie, you can tell me, Barry made a comment about the limiting dwelling per lot. I didn't see that in any of the conditions or findings that proposed a limit on any kind of buildings. I know that might be in our purview to request that from the applicant, but I didn't see that.
That might be a Megan question, but I wanted to correct something that I agreed with that was not correct. Tertiary dwellings are not allowed in R1.
Okay.
So right now, we're as one lot, it would be 2 dwellings. If it was subdivided, unless we put a limitation on the subdivision, then it would be allowable for having 4 dwellings.
Correct.
Okay. I thought I saw another hand raised. Is that Dave? Okay.
And I dropped it because Leslie addressed it.
Okay. Great. And I'm going to throw a little curveball. I've been kind of attentive to everyone's concerns, neighbors, applicants, et cetera. We've reviewed this already in a past meeting. I'm inclined to agree a little bit with Dave, because we can and we have the right to, doesn't mean it's necessarily right to do. You know, we would have to adhere to some of the waivers for the road. You know, I don't know if we need to maximize because by our right to, I guess, waive a couple of things, we would say, great, let's jam 2 more lots in there, 2 more buildings in there, 4 more buildings in there. We've turned down second curb cuts for, and the example was given today, I think it was 148 Cliff Road. We had a couple of accesses for safety reasons. And I remember being involved in that decision, and I brought it up many times, how dangerous it was to have all these curb cuts and traffic flow out of within 25 feet of each other, I think 3 driveways. And we came to a compromise to have 1 driveway. We eliminated a circular driveway that had 2 curb cuts to make it a little bit more safe. So even the fact of making something that was already allowed by the homeowner and the right to build, if they want to build a 6,000 square ground cover, you know, times 2, 3 with a sub level and make it an 18,000 square foot home, and it's there in their right, they can do that. And we always say, careful what you wish for, but that if they have the right to do that, as Mr. McAvoy had pointed out, and, you know, they have that right, but we're not enhancing or helping to subdivide just because we can by allowing the 20-foot to be a right or a road. And then we're going to have driveways on either side of it. and creating a little bit more traffic on a busy area of that road. That is a very high traffic area as you get close to the Caton Circle. So I'm not overly fond. I appreciate all the work that's been done in the drainage and things to address, but we are going to require some waivers, and the biggest one is the waiver to get that 20-foot road in there. And then I don't know what the give and take is. We're not reducing the development. The applicant isn't saying, yeah, we'll if you allow the subdivision, we'll limit it to 2 dwellings, as Barry was thinking or suggesting. That, okay, maybe it'll be a little bit more feasible, because then the build out wouldn't be as great. We'd still have the 2 dwellings, where right now you would have 2 dwellings in the R1. So I'm not seeing, I see we're going to address what we need to address, but not what the neighbors are hoping we can address. So as it stands right now, I'm not a big fan of it. And I think there's a lot of congestion there for a very narrow area for the curb cut. So I'm more inclined to side with Dave and his reasons. Just because you can doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. And I don't know if that helps, hurts, or threw a curveball out, but that's where I stand right now. So did we get Andrew yet, Meg?
No, let's give it another try.
And I do appreciate the applicant reaching out to the neighbors, but from what I'm hearing from the neighbors, they did not get a connection or receive word, so they haven't been able to have a discussion with any kind of other concern. So, you know, when we get to this point, leaving up to the board to say yay or nay is not always necessarily the best. We'd love to. Sometimes there's a way that the neighbors get together and they formulate a solution without the board having to impose their subjectivity and if that's what you call it, or opinions about it. Because some things aren't all black and white and cut and clear. So I really wish that there would be some interaction between the neighbors. And we're not talking about, you know, trying to get 12 neighbors together. You know, the direct abutters have really been the main ones that have voiced their opinion on it, obviously along with Arthur Reed representing. But I don't think it would be too complicated to reach out and have a connection. You know, it may not come to anything, but you know, I always think it's good to reach out and have a conversation before we impose what, you know, a decision, if that's even possible. Barry.
I'm going to have you go to Mr. Malloy, who's had his hand up for a while, and then I'll be brief.
Okay, Dan, thanks.
A couple of things. So I guess on the abutter issue, if I missed someone, I'll certainly apologize for that. Last week, we did reach out to everyone. At least I tried to reach out to everybody by email. I also sent copies to Arthur Reed in case I did miss someone that he's representing. So there was an attempt. I did hear back from one homeowner that said that they would get back to us with any questions. So I don't want it to sound like there's no dial tone here. We have reached out, and this is the first response at this meeting that we've received. Now, maybe they didn't have time to fully digest it, but we have made an effort.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the other quick things, just a minor thing that I think might have been Barry that brought up. I mean, a lot of these subdivisions in terms of being willing to do something for the bike path improvements in the area, that's obviously something we're willing to do. So I think that's fairly standard for the course on these projects. I don't see why that would be an issue here. Mm-hmm. But something else, just want to, if you have a chance just to look at the neighborhood itself, I know the density we're talking about is a concern. But when you look at the neighborhood, in 6 out of our 9 abutters, all 6 out of the 9 abutters have at least 2 buildings, most of them 2 dwellings and a garage that abut us. And majority of those lots are the same size or even smaller. And they've maxed out their properties, green space, everything. And I understand the board's wanting to reduce what would building here, and I'll talk about that. But I just want to have that in some context. The degree of development on a lot of the abutting properties exceeds, at least equals or exceeds what we're likely to do here. Now, in terms of density, obviously we're fine with the no further subdivision requirement. I don't see that ever being a question or a concern. In terms of density, what I think I've seen the board do on other recent projects is look at a square footage reduction. Sometimes along the line of, if it's a second dwelling, it can only be a certain size. That's something the board has considered. I'd prefer, if we're going to go down that path, to consider something like that rather than outright restriction. So it could be a primary dwelling, a secondary dwelling, with the secondary not exceeding some square footage. I know we've done that, I think, on maybe some Cliff Road properties, and I forget which other ones. So it's something to throw out there as a discussion point. If that's the direction the board would like to go in, I think I'd certainly be happy to talk it through.
Thanks, Dan. Barry?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I'm sorry, and I just may want to recheck with Megan here. I thought I had seen somewhere in there, besides reducing subdivision, they're reducing the total number of dwellings as well too, and I stand corrected on that. Apparently, it's going to be 2 per. Although I still am kind of partial to what I brought up earlier. I think looking at it from a perspective of reducing ground cover versus actually restricting dwellings may make a little bit more sense, just in terms of traffic generation into that area. It is a little tight. And I would like to, maybe see if that was a potential to be looked at in that subdivision that's going to go on right now. I would probably also appreciate too, if this does get continued, is to get a list of what other subject properties that are out there that are going to be very similar to what we're looking at. I don't think it hurts to do a site visit. I know that I had the opportunity to do a site visit on this, which helped to frame part of the discussion, that I'm entering into tonight. And so that I thought was helpful, but to get a sense of what else is out there and looks very similar to what's being proposed, I don't think would hurt this board at all to be able to do that in terms of contrast and comparison. Thank you.
Barry? Meg, anyone else from the general audience?
We have, I don't think Andy Lowell's microphone mustn't be working. So let me bring Cam Sutton over.
I am.
Oh, yeah,
there
I can hear
welcome,
you.
Andrew. You've got
All
the-
right.
There you go.
Forgive my technical difficulties, please. Can you hear me now?
We can. Keep going.
Great. Okay. Thank you for your time, members of the board. I've been a direct abutter here my entire life. I've witnessed many major rain events where we're really not talking about water completely coming from this property itself, but coming from Nantucket Road and literally coming down that paved driveway like a river. The retaining wall at the back of the property, the lowest end that Mr. Malloy mentions the neighbor has already put in, was put in to hold the water back. That 6 Ackermuck property has had a major basement flood on 2 different occasions. I was hoping Mr. Reed was going to look into that because ServPro was deployed both times. The basement was completely totally gutted. 6 feet to 7 feet of water in the basement coming from that property, including runoff from Nantucket Road. I really feel the drainage needs to be taken into much more consideration. I'm sorry I missed the first 10 minutes of the hearing, so I'm not sure what has been proposed for drainage system there. But if the grade gets raised by this applicant, simply because they see a retaining wall that they can raise the grade up to, 6 Ackermuck will be right back to square one again. And as far as the subdivision itself, I'm hearing about contours and limited capabilities of build out. Let's take a look at 6 New Lane, which started as a 10,700 square foot lot, was divided in half, fully built out with house and swimming pool at each. There's no reason, without any restrictions, that dividing this into 2 lots, to me, is strategic on the applicant's part, because without any restrictions, you're going to have 4 houses in there. You're going to have a main house, you're going to have a second dwelling and a pool in between them both, because that's what the demand is for. And so contours aside, the contours can be worked with. They always have been. And whether it's retaining walls, whether it's raising grade, whether it's cutting grade down, you have the ground cover for 4 houses and 2 swimming pools here. And it's the most strategic way to do it. You have enough property to make 3 lots there, but 3 lots, each lot would not create, it would not, you would not be able to fit 2 houses per lot on 3 lots. So you're really only getting 3 houses out of it. Having the 2 lot subdivision is why I say it's strategic, because right now it seems to me you're going to see 4 houses there, but we don't see a full-blown proposal of what the total build out can be here. So which I would think would be required in a way for this subdivision, especially with the density around it that already kind of opens the door for the density that they can create there, at least on a ground coverage standpoint, not necessarily the narrow access standpoint. And as far as the sight line when leaving this property, as other people have mentioned, I'd just like to add that when 13 Nantucket Road was redeveloped, that property owner created a very large mound of earth concerned with water runoff from Nantucket Road. He's planted Rosa rugosa on top of that mound of earth, which is on town property. And it's all it has done is make the sight line even worse. And to allow this to go through without notifying the neighbor at 13 Nantucket Road that their mound of earth is creating a sight line difficulty, then we're just adding problem on top of problem that's already there. Thank you very much. And I'm not sure if this is appropriate or not. I'd just like to say that personally, this development would have a negative effect on myself, and being a direct abutter, no offense to my brother, but if the shoes were on 2 other brothers' feet, so to speak, I'm just curious if my brother should be recusing himself.
Andrew, I don't want to, whether a brother or not, I don't want to get into that back and forth. It could be friendly, but I'd rather not go there. But I appreciate all your.
Well, I'm only asking on an ethical standpoint, as far as what are the guidelines for recusing yourself from this vote when a family member is involved. I mean, when I sat on the Concom and was doing work for the Bowmans, and they were subdividing a lot down on Easton Street, where I was doing work for the Bowmans, I had to recuse myself from voting at that time and on that application.
Right.
I'm not sure where the criteria lands on that. As I started out,
if there was a conflict, Nat would recuse himself if he thought there was a conflict between your.
I don't have any financial interest in the area, unfortunately.
Meg, I think we have. If Andrew is done, I'm sorry. I think we had Cam in the waiting list.
Yep.
Hello, Cam.
Campbell?
Oh, hi, I'm right here. Sorry, I didn't hear me. I said, through all the discussions back and forth, I had gotten a little confused. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, my initial understanding was that the only way this could become a subdivision is if the board accepts or the waiver for reduced frontage. Is that correct? On both lots?
No.
Not on the lots. There was a third road being formulated to meet the frontage, Cam. I think the question that you're thinking about is the 40 feet road reduced to a 20-foot road access.
Yes, I understood that, but I thought there was like a 30% reduction in the required 50 feet of frontage for each lot, but they may have reworked it anyway. In all the discussions about how many houses you could have on this, in this situation, I sort of lost what the what the request was for, like what was creating the ability to have this subdivision in what would appear to be an otherwise unsubdividable lot.
So if this application was approved, my understanding is you can get 2 dwelling units per lot, so that would equal 4. It does have in the R1 more than 7,500 square feet. So you would be able to get 2 pools as well.
Yeah.
And if I'm not mistaken, the 200 square feet of the shed, non-ground cover that would account for the shed, you would be able to get maybe a cabana for that as well. So you can kind of get a vision of what each lot would be. You can have a house, a second dwelling, a pool, a cabana for each of the 2 lots.
Right, which is why I think in my letter I asked for a reduction of at least ground cover, but I also initially felt like the subdivision sort of fit the what was passed last year at town meeting regarding pools and the expanded lot size, right? The 7,500. So from that aspect, I thought it was an interesting proposal.
Yeah.
But
So,
anyway,
mhm.
so thank you for clearing that up. I just got a little lost there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you, Cam. All right. Do we have any direction? Is there something before we do anything to close? Dan, have you gotten information? Are you looking to continue, gather anything, reach out to the neighbors, actually, engage with them? Or is there something that you're looking to have the board push through and vote on this evening? What's your intention or attention of the clients?
So I guess we can continue from one more meeting. I'm happy to reach out to the abutters again and see if I can get a dialogue with them. We'll do that one. We'll give that another shot. That's fine. I think the only real direction I think we're hearing from the board is really maybe to do with density. Let me know if I'm missing something, but it sounds like maybe that's the one that's hanging out there. I think the road surface sounds satisfied. I'll talk to the abutters again and look at the conditions regarding stormwater, but if there's still a question on that, I'm quite confident we can address whatever's still out there regarding stormwater.
Well, and just addressing the stormwater, I think you mentioned this earlier in the process. Right now, there is no stormwater drainage. Whatever they're getting, they're going to continue to get. So addressing stormwater with this particular application, and should there, if there was an approval, you'd have to address it. So I think the stormwater would be an improved situation in its current state rather than its current state. Not to beat a dead horse, but if your wish is to continue, I suggest that we go right to that and make that motion to continue to the December meeting.
Well, that's our request, please.
Great. Board members, is there a motion?
So moved, sir. Sorry, I'll second.
Right.
Motion's been made to continue by Nat and seconded by Barry. Roll call, Nat.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the board, and the chair votes aye. Thank you very
Thank you.
much. I know this was a long one, but I don't know if we're getting any closer or farther apart, but a good discussion today, and hopefully we'll get a little bit more clarification or some resolve at the next meeting. Okay. Moving on, we're at, I think, Carl, this is 1 Airport Road, and I think we had taken these both last time, Meg, 7 Airport Road and 1 Airport Road. But at this time, I'm looking at the conditions, and I believe there are separate conditions and things. So I would suggest that we take these applications one at a time. So Carl, if he's going to continue, he'll have to mull in on this at a future meeting or December meeting if we don't do something now. But I think Dan Malloy is now sitting in or representing the applicant. So I will start with 1 Airport Road LLC. And it's going to be myself, Dave, Nat, and Barry sitting on this right now. Is that okay, Joe? No offense. I think Carl is still in this.
All good.
Great. All right, Dan, you have the floor.
Good evening again, Dan Malloy for the applicant. So you've got, just for the record, so everybody knows, we did file one plan with the board that really suits both properties, although we're going to talk one at a time. So I know one of the concerns with the board had to do with stormwater again here. So we've taken a look at that. We have called for some swales to be built around the driveway entrance along the airport road side, as that's where the property generally slopes towards Airport Road from Nobody Farm Road. I'm sorry, from Old South Road. And we've also put in here requirements for a driveway apron. I know that was a major concern. So we're looking at a paved driveway apron to be shared between the 2 properties. And that would be wide enough to give 30-foot. Okay, we've got a 30-foot driveway width, and we're proposing a concrete median in the middle just to provide some separation, but it will be at grade so trucks could drive across it. So I know that was a concern with the board as well, to try to have one shared driveway with somehow a separation, or at least some identifying separation. We really can't put something physical barrier wise in the middle just due to the traffic of the trucks coming through. It wouldn't work. And second, I guess thirdly, after that is all the landscaping. And I believe a lot of the landscaping has already been built. I think I wasn't involved in the very beginning of this one, but it looks like the property's kind of been developed as the process has moved forward. So you're seeing the swale detail right there. And I believe at least on the next part we'll talk about, 7 Airport Road has already been partially constructed. So number 1, we'll put a swale against Airport Road. And that'll pick up anything that's coming down from the Old South Road, kind of directionally, diagonally across the lot. And that'll just be infiltrated right there. It's all sand here, and that will stop any water from entering into the driveway. Then for the driveway itself, the grading of the driveway will have a high point right along the property line with Airport Road, so that any water in Airport Road stays in Airport Road. Any water from this property will drain and stay within our property. The intent there being to make sure we're not draining and running off into Airport Road. So those are the major site components. Obviously, the drainage, the driveway, the landscaping on both sides. See what everybody thinks of that, whether that has to be further supplemented or not. In terms of the uses on the property, that really remains the same as what was originally proposed. It's really a contractor storage yard. In this case, there'll be some storage areas on number 1. Whether looking out to have some storage, not storage buildings, but the storage boxes, and then parking areas and equipment storage. So that's 1 Airport Road. I don't know if Ed Pesci's had a chance to review this plan yet. I don't think he has. So we would need his feedback still.
Thank you, Dan. As I said, as we start to get, we probably could have taken both at the same time, but I think now that we're getting down to the nitty gritty, might be better if there are certain restrictions we want to put on one rather than the other. With that, I see board, Dave, your hand is raised.
Yeah, I just, everyone heard me be very critical about what was going on this property. And excited that Dan's in. And I drove through it today. We just really need to get those trees to grow in, and I think that everything will be good. It seems like Dan started to kind of address some of Ed's earlier issues with the apron. So I guess it's just what he's going to say about what Dan's plans look like now, because I don't think, have we gotten a read on that, Megan? I'm sorry, through you, Mr. Chair.
Sure.
I don't think we've gotten feedback from Ed, or at least I haven't, so.
And through you, Mr. Chair, Dan, has the water company come back to you about anything about the uses?
Not that we've seen yet. No. There's been no, I'm not sure what's gone out of the water company. I'll have to check on that.
Okay. I mean, I think we're making progress finally, which is great to see. Thank you.
Okay, other board members?
Yeah, just a couple things. So Dan, we're gonna get rid of that curb cut on Old South, correct? According to this plan.
Yeah, there's no curb cuts in Old South, one shared access in Airport Road.
Okay. And what about, the only other thing I have, I mean, I obviously, like as Dave said, the trees can't grow fast enough. What about I don't even know if the right word is setback, but the abutting properties on the Nobodere Way side? Is that been sort of cleaned up and make sure that we're, I mean, you can be right to the inch, but you know what I mean? Like an appropriate sort of separation there beyond what, I don't know what the setback is on side yard on C-Tech. So just curious what we have going on with that. And that was really the only other issue. Because it's such an ongoing. Go ahead, Megan, sorry.
No, if I may, I think that should be addressed when we hop over to number 7 Airport Road.
Oh, I'm sorry. Again, it's the same project, but 2 different applications. Sorry about that. Got it. Thank you.
Other board members? I know we've discussed this a few meetings. So seeing none at the time, anybody from the audience, so general public, Meg, that would like to comment? We won't be closing the meeting just because I believe there's still Ed Pesci review as well. But I wanted to give the opportunity for the general public to comment on this particular one Airport Road.
I don't see anyone.
Okay, so any other comments, questions, concerns from the board right now?
Well, you want a motion to continue, Mr. Chairman?
I think that would be best, and then we can move on to number 7.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made to continue by Nat into the December meeting, seconded by Barry. All those in favor, roll call. Nat.
Aye.
Barry.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
I'm sorry. I think this is Carl. So he's not here. The chair votes aye. All right. Now on to number 7, Airport Road. I know it's a little redundant, but go ahead, Dan.
And Dan Malloy for the applicant, number 7 Airport Road. So same presentation as number 1. So we have a shared driveway access again between number 1 and number 7. Again, same plan, same details. So in this case here, we have a swale again proposed against Airport Road, right up abutting against the back of the landscape berm that's already in place out there. And again, the property drains from west to east towards Airport Road. So the swale will catch anything along with the berm that's there as well. So there's really no opportunity for any stormwater to leave this property. And the driveway again will have somewhat of a little bump, almost not as extreme as a speed bump, but right up by the property line that will keep the water split between on Airport Road and within the property. And then one of, I guess, Nat's question to do with the condition on the southern side on the Nobodere, is it Nobodere Road?
Where?
Right.
The status on that's being cleaned up. There is one aspect of that, I believe, and maybe someone can answer this for me because I know the history of it well. There may be a paper street abutting on that side, which provides further separation. So I think what you're seeing for a separation there's us as a paper street, and then there's the abutters. And it could be that the abutters, most likely people have encroached into that way a little bit. So I would suspect. So we can certainly do more things there, but I'm not sure how much landscaping on that side we really have to do. So there may be things in the works to take that way and kind of merge it in.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, and through you to Dan, I didn't know about that. So I'd leave that to Andrew and Leslie to figure that out. I'm sure that there's a plan for that paper street. We just changed the zoning over there to R10 limited last year. So I'm assuming, because those lots are all undersized for R20, that's been there forever, which was kind of an odd thing that happened. So I'm sure that that's got some other, potential outcome. So I'll retract that comment. And just wanted to make sure, they probably don't even realize some of that. So just for, clarification purposes, Dan.
Sure, thank you.
Okay, Leslie, your hand's raised.
Yep. So the paper road, between this project and the properties on Novadear Way was the subject of a warrant article last year at town meeting for taking and then disposing of it. So that will go away eventually. And I do think it's important that there's an adequate buffer because this is a pretty heavy industrial type use. And those are residential properties. So I think you all should address that in your decision.
Thank you, Barry.
Hey, Dan, so is that good? So we can figure that out. You know exactly where the lot line to the edge of that road is, correct? So pretend it's, to work with staff to figure that out.
I'll talk to staff and I can go back to the applicant as well, and we can come back with what might seem like an appropriate landscape screening on that side.
Leslie, can I just ask you one more question through John? Is that a 40 or what is it?
Off the top of my head, I'm not sure. It's either 40 or 33.
Okay. Thank you.
Barry.
Yeah, just a quick question here to Mr. Malloy. Dan, are you going to also be looking at like oil water separators out there and test pits as well, given the type of storages that you're going to be doing and the vehicle storage?
We may. I have to have a conversation with the water company. We're trying to stay away from any structural systems here, just given the nature of what's going on here, being a contractor yard, it's very fluid in terms of things moving around.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid structures if we can.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Still though, I mean, depending upon what type of vehicle storage they're doing and stuff and how much of that's going to go on boat storage, you always have to worry about, again, just leaks happening and things like that. So whether the surface that you're using will address that or whether there should be test wells, again, that's more of an engineering thing, but I did want to kind of bring that up. And I know we're still talking about hours of operation, but again, that's going to be another important issue that we're going to need to address with that as well. Thank you.
Okay, Meg, anybody from the general public have their hands raised?
No.
All right, unless there's other questions or comments by the board, I would suggest
motion to continue, sir.
Continue, yes, to our December, I think it's a 12th meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to continue, sir.
I'll second it.
Okay, motion to continue to the December 12th meeting, or I believe it's the 12th, by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
Moving on, we have AC Mid-Island LLC and AC Offices LLC, 1818A, 20, 22, 24, and 26 Sparks Ave. Dan, I believe you're still on this. This is for a status update, I believe.
Yes, good evening again, Dan Malloy for the applicant. There may be other people, Megan, but I'm not sure if you really need to bring anybody over. Very quickly, we just wanted to give the board a quick update from the last meeting. We did put a plan in front of you to show where we're trying to go with everything. We did get a lot of excellent feedback from everyone as well, including the abutters. And I just want to let the board know we have met with both abutters on both sides, Chris Young as well as the Cumberland Farms owners. And we are making progress moving forward to try to make arrangements with both owners to get this plan to work. So that was really it, just an update. We are, like I said, we're meeting with everyone. We're trying to make this come to a plan that works for all parties interested. We're hoping to come back to the December meeting with something to show you.
Good luck.
That's it. Just a quick update.
Yeah, I do mean that sincerely.
And it's stress, it's a stress. It's a stress, Dan. It needs to work for Nantucket. Not just them, everybody.
I will say with some, I would say the overall, I think the progress is going very well. And I as of now, I think the board will be happy with the outcome.
Well, glad to see there's open
Thank you so
communication
much.
with the abutters and neighbors. Board members, questions, comments before we open it up? Shaking heads, no, I don't see any hands. So if there's anyone from the general public that care to comment on the update, Meg, please let me know.
I'm not seeing anybody.
Well,
Do you want to continue to December, Dan, or what are we doing, December?
The December meeting is good, thank you.
Great. So Nat, is that your motion? Continue to December 12th?
Yeah, yes. Yes,
Okay, is there
Mr.
a
Chairman.
second?
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, motion has been made to continue to December 2nd, 12th, excuse me, by Nat, seconded by Dave. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. All right,
Thank you.
All right, and now we are on to 27 Fairground Road, William F. Pewter, and trustee of WKP Realty Trust, Rick Bodett and Brian Swain representing. Meg?
Just give me a minute. I'm bringing over Brian, Rick, and Don Bracken, who's the engineer, and Kim Pooter.
Hey, Meg, Brian Swain. I'm just queuing up my audio and video right now.
Okay.
And in this particular case, Meg, this is the first time before us. So if you do have supporting maps or something or plans that you can show us on the board for the general public, I'd appreciate it.
Sure. I think the proposed conditions plan would be the most useful before we get into everything.
Okay.
Well, for the record, Brian Swain, attorney for the applicant. I'm here with Bill Pooter. And this is an application for a rear lot subdivision special permit for 27 Fairgrounds, which, as we all know, is home to the Fairgrounds Restaurant and Pubby's Pub. As the property is a grandfathered restaurant, we're also here seeking to amend its pre-existing non-conforming special permit. And the goal with this application is to keep the restaurant in its current location and as much existing parking in the same location as possible while creating 3 residential lots in the rear. As you can see on the plan, there are lots 1, 2, and 3, I believe, or 2, 3, and 4 of the residential lots in the back. They all have frontage on Fairgrounds Road as required by the bylaw. The 4th lot would be home to the restaurant as it's currently sited. Since the parking and the existing parking located along the southern portions of the flag lots is technically on the southern portion of the newly created rear lots. We're asking for a parking waiver so that those parking spaces can remain in their current condition and also be used as off-site parking technically for the restaurant lot. The total number of parking spaces is not going to decrease. It's going to stay the same. They're just going to be reallocated, the majority of which from where they sited on the rear portion of the property along the western lot line. We're also seeking a waiver of the open area. Technically, because this lot has a commercial building on it, it's supposed to have 20% open area in accordance with the bylaw. Right now, it's around 9%, and we're here asking for the waiver. Technically, because the restaurant lot is carved out of the center, it doesn't include any of the parking easement area in its calculation. And in support of the request for the waiver, I'd like the board to just know that the 3 rear lots in the back are limited to 25% ground cover. So those 3 rear lots will be, by zoning, only allowed to be improved to that amount. There'll be 75% of area that can't be improved. Don Bracken is here to answer any engineering questions you may have, and I'm also here with Bill to answer any questions you may have for us.
Brian? Board members, questions? So Brian, just from that lot number 3, the middle one, looking at the access, how is that going to be accessed with the driveway? I see it kind of goes along the left side and then it jumps over to the right. Is that how you're accessing that middle lot, or are you accessing it from the actual parking lot?
You'd be going through the parking lot and then across the southern part of lot 2, there'd be an easement for it to access that lot.
So I guess I'll just ask, from the design and engineering part, being that you're already going to be accessing it with an easement through the parking lot, does it make sense to access the other ones through the easement in the parking lot? I mean, I know you're showing it for access on fairgrounds, but by having the driveway on the left and then a driveway on the right, and then having the entrance on one side and the exit on one side, it almost looks like it's creating a log jam of 4 kind of curb cuts very close together in a commercial business where, you know, obviously there's alcohol. And I just, you know, if there's a way to design or engineer it so that you utilize the, you know, if you're already having an easement, I'm just, you know, I'm not an engineer, but I'm just looking at common sense to say, maybe we can address this limited to the curb cuts that already exist and just have access to the back lots from there. And it's just an idea, suggestion. I'm open to legalities or comments or something that I'm not familiar with.
Sure. I can defer to Don as
Yeah.
the expert engineer.
That is the plan. We're going to keep the curb cuts where they are. And the existing drive aisles are going to be used to access all 3 lots in the back. And so lots 2 and 3 will use the driveway that's on the left side of the building, and lot 4 will use the driveway that's on the right side of the building. So the parking, in order to make up for the parking spaces that we're going to lose when the lots are created, we're going to add them along the right side of the driveway that's there now.
Mhm.
We're going to pick up 17 parking spaces on that side. Unfortunately, you don't have the benefit of the layout plan, but there is a plan showing a schematic plan anyway, showing how the parking is going to be reconfigured.
Well, that's helpful. Thank you. Board members, before we open it up, any initial questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, not to delay. Meg, is there anyone from the public that would have hand raised questions?
So we have Billy Cassidy followed by Jerry Vigil.
Okay, I'll start with Billy. Welcome, Billy.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to I'm speaking only as a member of the public. I'd like to remind and point out to everybody that the application before you is represented by All Stars, and they have my complete and unconditional support with this. I think it's a great idea. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, Jerry, Mr. Vigil.
Good afternoon. My name is Jerry Vigil. I'm a direct abutter to 27 Fairground. It appears that this proposal does not provide adequate access to proposed lots. The altered parking, it seems like the altered parking lot, restaurant parking plan appears to be inadequate also and needs to be addressed. I also particularly request that a natural buffer in the form of tall trees and a 6-foot fence be provided along the entire rear and sides of the property. This buffer and fence are really necessary to prevent trespassers from trespassing on all abutters' properties, as it's been an ongoing issue. I also would like to point out of the detailed discussion that we had on 9 Nantucket Road, that there's a lot of issues, access for infrastructure and traffic and other items, which should be addressed in this proposal before the board. And I want to thank you for the opportunity for giving me this time to voice my opinions and my concerns about the property, because the issues I presented as far as trespassing has been a long-term problem, and I hope that it'll be addressed in this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vigil. Anyone else presently, Meg?
No.
Okay, back to the board. Questions, comments?
Just, John, I got a couple of things. I also want to bring Leslie back on here for a second, if she's out there. Where, and Don, just everybody that's involved. So what we're doing right now is we're creating these lots and getting this real lot subdivision approved, but you're going to be back to us for something. I mean, this isn't just see you later, bye. This is more about getting this property shifted to different owners for the back, laying out those 3 lots. But I'm, through this process, which we've done a million times, but not necessarily in this fashion, but it's certainly the right thing to do. But we're going to be looking at this again for something, whether it be lot lines, whether it be there's going to have to be some kind of approval process, Leslie, because it's a special permit. We haven't talked about structures. We haven't talked about building envelopes, any of that kind of stuff. So, right, we're going to see this again, because I don't want Mr. Vigil to think that, this is like some, nothing and it just happens. Because I know that that's probably what's going to be the case. So can you kind of help me with?
So they submitted a proof plan, and all they need from you is the special permit and then the A&R to be endorsed. That's your level of review. And then as they come back in with, depending on whatever it is, you may have an opportunity to look at it again, depending on the use that's proposed on a lot by lot basis.
Okay, thank you. Good.
So I'll probably just say what everyone's thinking. I don't see any initial concerns or objections. However, in the start of the process, it may be too premature to vote on something without a lot of discussion on the plan, and I guess that's what we're here for. But maybe from the surface, it looks like, if this property were to be sold at some point, and instead of the excess amount of property there to go along with the restaurant, it does make fiscal sense to piecemeal it out to preserve a successful and long-term restaurant, maybe to offset costs with other land, maybe on the open market. So it does have some validity and fiscal responsibility sense to it. But I'm not, the initial plan, I for one might need another meeting to really digest everything, look at the traffic, the flow, the landscaping, as one of the abutting neighbors have pointed out, just to feel comfortable in going forth. So if anybody has any additional comments or suggestions, I'm open, but I really kind of want to sink my teeth into this and give it at least a little bit more thought.
Mr.
Joe?
Chair.
Oh.
If I may,
Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry, Joe. So we reviewed the staff report, and there's conditions in it that say there's a condition that would require us to come back with an approval required plan, and that needed to be approved as well. So I think that's the second review of it. No, Megan?
No, an approval not required plan. So that would just be a simple signature formality, no real level of conversation there.
Okay.
So this process is where we really need to get to the nitty gritty and get specifics, as opposed to what you're thinking, Brian, to get the review process easy on this one and then be more detailed in the next one. So I think we're kind of backwards a little bit and maybe looking to spend a little bit more than 10 minutes.
Okay, I spoke to Mr. Pooter, and he's amenable to having a buffer. There's already trees around the entire lot. He's happy to keep the trees there already and keep them there for the next, when these lots get parted out. It complies with all the terms and conditions of the special permit. There's been one person who objected and no one else has. This keeps the fairgrounds here. Mr. Cassidy supported them. It's an island institution. It's a staple. This could be 6 lots if someone wanted to demo it. What they're proposing is modest in comparison to what could potentially happen. And, Kim and Bill are true stewards of the island. And whenever someone needs something, the first people to open the door is fairgrounds, whether it's a car accident or cancer or Marlo Lamb or prom, junior miss, you name it. They've been there for everyone. No one's ever had a problem with them. So we ask you to approve it and, allow the restaurant to continue to be there, continue to be used. We're losing restaurants left and right, becoming privatized. This is something that saves the restaurant and.
And Brian, I don't want you to get the wrong impression from the initial plan, and I'm in favor of the proposal. However, I just wanted to make sure our I's are dotted and T's are crossed before we just put a blanket approval, just to see if there's any specifics that we're not addressing at our first initial meeting. For something like this, again, we're it's kind of backwards from what you're thinking. This would be the easy one, and then the next one would be more detailed. This is really the detailed meeting, and the next one would be more of the rubber stamp one. So we just wanted to make sure we're not just rubber stamping something without addressing all things. Again, I know your client, there's, we really don't need to look at what a great steward he is to the island, and he and his wife. And I think we're all looking at this from a positive standpoint, but we're just, we don't want to rush. And I hate to be the bad guy to put a halt on this until the next meeting of December 12th. However, I'll only speak for myself. I just need a little bit more to look at the plans and everything from, because it is kind of a mixed use. We're going through commercial to get to residential, where right now it's all kind of considered commercial because there is no residential. So we have to look at, in the future, if there's lighting, downcast lighting, landscaping, if these are going to be residents back there and there's going to be, a business in the front, we have to be respective of the future use of the property. So I'm not saying that I'm looking to oppose this. I'm just looking at just a little bit more time to review and open it up to the public for comment. And right now we just have one abutter speaking about it, and it wasn't even negative. It was really to address the privacy, the trespassing, and the landscaping. So right now I just don't see too much opposition, but we just want it to be a little bit more detailed, or at least I do. So Meg?
Oh, I was just gonna mention, if I can, I think I'm hearing some confusion with skipping over the whole AR process of this. So I'll try to clarify, and Leslie, if you wouldn't mind to jump in if I stumble or get stuck. So in this case, they're able to go straight to the special permit process because they've supplied a lotting plan that's an AR subdivision with no waivers that we'd be allowed by right. So that's why we're skipping over that step. Okay.
I do, and not that it's a deal breaker, but I do say there's one waiver for the 20% open area to the 9% that's presently existing.
So that's specific to the special permit.
Okay.
The AR subdivision, we're skipping over that portion and going straight to the rear lot subdivision special permit because they can apply for the AR without any waivers.
And if I may, the 20%, that applies to the commercial lot with the fairgrounds restaurant on it. It doesn't have anything to do with the lots in the back.
Joe, your hand's raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I mean, you brought up about the 4 curb cuts, but I actually see it as 5, as an in and out for the restaurant. So, I guess if there's some way to get 1 curb cut for the 3 lots, that would be great. I don't have a problem with the design, but as far as the 3 lots, but just the access, I think we just had this conversation about Mattica Road, and I think the same thing. If we could get 1 curb cut for those, if there's some way to get that to work. I'm not really, 100% sure on that one, but whether it's to the west or east of this, with the fairgrounds, I think would work better for me. But this 5 curb cuts just seems like a lot right now. Thank you.
Hey, Joe, there's no new curb cuts. It's just going to be exactly what you see when you drive up to the fairgrounds now. They're going to access the rear lots through what is there physically now. Those are frontage lines to show you that the rear lots have sufficient frontage to meet the code of the bylaw. They're not curb cuts though. So nothing's going to change physically from what you see.
So it's just all asphalt from lot line to lot line. Basically.
Correct. Don, if I'm saying anything incorrect, let him know. But I think
if I can share the screen, I can show at least a sketch of what we're thinking, or what we're actually already working on. Again, that I'm presuming that may be required to have the site plan on file as part of the special permit. But so everyone can see this, I assume. These are the 2 entrances, and so this hatched area would be the lane for the parking that's going to be placed over here on this side of the property and for the access to lot 4. And then the same principle on this side. This is the existing lane that's there now that provides access to these parking spaces. We continue on, get to the second lot, then there'd be an easement on the second lot to get to lot 3. So it's pretty much, this is existing. This one will be modified. It's the same from the road to about the front of the building. Then we're going to shift it over so that we can get these parking spaces here. This is the existing parking in the back that encompasses these 2 proposed lots. That's going to be relocated. Those spaces will be relocated to the back. And there'll be some additional spaces over here on this side. We are providing a 5-foot buffer that we can, specify, show some vegetation there. We can discuss whether or not a fence is going to be proposed here with the owners. Need to get into more detail on how that's going to be handled. And the same thing about lighting. We would be coming up with a lighting plan to make sure that the lighting is all focused on the lot and won't be any overspill to any of the abutters.
Okay, based on this plan, I retract my comment because the way I was reading the drawings before, I had it flipped. So I apologize. I was reading 20 foot, and then access to the restaurant, and another access to the restaurant, and then another 20-foot driveway. So, okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Stephen, your hand's raised.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, Don, I'm curious, in your site layout, if you took a look at flip-flopping those aisles and the parking on the perimeters. Excuse me, the idea being that if it were possible to do it without losing too many parking spaces, you won't have to access, well, the parking will be closer to the restaurant, which is a change, but the lanes won't be a shared, won't also be people getting out of their cars and going across, in addition to people driving in to access their homes in the back. And I presume that given these are, decent sized lots, this is R10, these are going to be oversized lots. So, presumably they're going to be, by virtue of their location, targeted towards year-round housing. I know there's some other things being discussed, but it would seem like there's going to be, it's not going to be a throughway by any stretch of the imagination to get back there. But it seems like there'll be, definitely more traffic load than exists now. So I would just ask if you haven't given that consideration, and even if you have, to give that a second thought, because I think that traffic flow by putting the aisles on the outskirts next to the buffers of the perimeter of the lot may be beneficial. Thank you.
Yeah, we definitely did look at that. One of the reasons, especially on the left side of the building, is we were trying to limit, obviously, how much work would need to be done. And so we try to keep that intact the way it was. And then the same thing on the right side, and we didn't want to change the actual curb cuts themselves and have to do work within Fairgrounds Road. But the other big reason why we think it's better this way is not to have so much parking around the building, because we want fire truck access to the building. We already have spaces in the back that face toward the building, and of course along the front where the handicap spaces are, and those other spaces. So, we think the flow works, and it kind of mimics what's there and what people are used to when they go in and out of the site. The other thing, there is existing drainage already in the site that, we don't want to have to make too many changes to the existing pavement. We are going to have to provide some additional drainage on the right-hand side that we know. But I think, this provides the access I think we need and keeps most of the site intact as much as possible.
Okay, board members, anything else? Meg, anybody from the general public?
No.
Okay, board members. What's your pleasure?
Barry, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I'm going. I just didn't want to see if anyone else had anything else. You know what? I think we've got a pretty solid bit of information here to work with. There may be some tweaks that'll come along in the process, but I think that it's time for this board to move ahead a little bit. So I'm going to make a motion that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, motion made to close public hearing by Barry, second by Nat. Roll call, Barry.
Aye.
Nat.
Aye.
Dave.
Aye.
Joe.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Okay, any further discussion or is there a motion?
No, Mr. Chairman, with that in mind, if I don't hear any other discussion from the board at this point, I'd like to make a motion at this point that we approve the special permit request for rear lot subdivision and to incorporate any findings or decisions that the staff has made in relation to this project.
Okay, motion been made. Is there a second, Nat?
Yeah, second.
Motion's been made by Barry, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and just for comment, I am in favor of this. And I think if I were to vote a nay, it would only be for procedural level to, as I already discussed, but I don't want it to be construed with what I'm looking as I'm in favor of it. So I am going to vote a positive. So it's unanimous. Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Moving on, we have, I think we had the withdrawal for 39 Fair Street, Theodore A. Lee. So I think we have to, for the secondary curb cut withdrawal. So I believe we have to make a motion for that.
Yeah. Just real quick,
Go ahead.
like to talk. Can we are appropriate for me to just make a couple of comments about this withdrawal? First of all, I went up and looked at this about 3:15. And there is nothing wrong with this curb cut application. Okay. And I think that this is actually a really good, it's almost already there and it's right across from another curb cut. It's like simple. And I'm just going to reflect a little bit here. Don't get upset with me, but I learned a long time ago that every second curb cut in town, especially, you've got to kind of go look at them. They're just none exactly the same. And what we went through last year with 8, whatever it was, I don't know, maybe it was 2 years ago now, I've lost track of this, but so 8 New Mill and that Lily Street, I believe it was 31 or 29, one of them.
Westchester.
Yeah, and you look at that Lily Street one now, that was all that controversy, and you'd think that was there 100 years ago with the first car from Clinton Folger parked there. I mean, it looks just like nothing. Didn't take up a space across the street. And this spot here is really, I mean, I just can't believe that there's an issue here. So I think that the applicant, I understand the controversy that we deal with now is a sort of a new sort of type of, I guess I would just say a sort of a kind of caught fire in the last couple of years in a different way. We've always had controversy with second curb cuts in town, but not like now. Okay. So I think we need to sort of, be cognizant of, being sort of firm and logical and looking at these things. It reminds me of the one on Mulberry Lane a few years back that was really an oddball, but it made a lot of sense. So just, I would ask staff or ask the board or whoever, not sure what the procedure is, but to waive their application fee if they come back. Because they're gonna come back, I would think, at some point. So if they do, because they've already paid for all this, to waive that, to come back to us again. That would be my request before we make them with the motion to withdraw without prejudice.
Thanks, Nat. Dave, your hand's raised.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, we got letters in opposition to this about a lot of things. And I just wanted to make it clear, since Nat said it's a no-brainer, that this particular property where they intended on putting a curb cut already had a yellow line in the street. So we're not, town is not losing a parking space by doing this. They're actually gaining a parking space and opening up another parking space on the street for someone else. So I think that's part of the frustration we hear on our board, that this was pulled because it almost was a no-brainer. So I just wanted to get that out there and make it clear. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave. Barry?
Thank you. I just want to concur with my colleagues here at this point. I actually did a site visit as well too, and Dave probably articulated the best. We were actually gaining a parking space out of this by moving a car into another property. And the thing is that if you look at similar properties in that area, you're going to see that they've utilized that same process as well. So this wouldn't be something alien to the area or first time for this area. And like Nat said, this is inherent upon the board to have to go out and really do that review each time. And I know staff does a really good job at doing that as well too. So, and that job is appreciated by at least this board member. So thank you.
Thank you, Barry. I'm just going to comment that I'm not going to disagree with any of my colleagues. However, the applicant has made it real easy on us. They're requesting withdrawal. So I would suggest we save a little time and we abide by their request and move on. So I would entertain a motion. Nat brought up a good point to waive any future applications if they should choose to come before us. And I think that would be a good suggestion, but I'll entertain a motion.
I'll make that motion with that addition, Mr. Chairman.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, motion's been made by Nat, seconded by Joe. Roll call, Nat.
Aye.
Joe?
Aye.
Barry?
And that's without prejudice, right?
It is.
Sir.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Thank you. I think it was mentioned earlier, but reinforced. Thank you, Barry.
Thank you.
And that is an aye for you, I'm guessing?
Yes, sir.
Okay, Dave?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Thank you very much. Okay, moving on. Sandpiper Place, 1 Beachgrass, 43 AC LLC, 43 Beachgrass Road. And I believe, Meg, you are recusing as a neighbor. So I would ask that Leslie make the presentation. And Leslie, with that, can we just include Sandpiper Place 2 in this discussion, or do we have to make those two separately?
No, I think we should talk about them together.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay.
And actually, I would like to just defer to Rick Bodett. He's here representing the owners.
Great. Well, Rick, welcome back. There we go.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Two things before we begin. Number one, I appreciate the last motion. And I'll talk to my client about whether he wants to further aggravate his neighbors on Fair Street, his new neighbors. So I appreciate that, guys. And second thing is, I do think we should address the fact that John called me bidet a couple hours ago.
Sorry about that.
As a Frenchman, I would expect him to have a little better pronunciation.
I heard of Trudel. I recently heard a couple of years ago, I might not be French. I might have like slipped through Pennsylvania as an Irishman. I don't know. So,
Well, nonetheless, I forgive you.
thanks.
Anyway, so I know you've got a long hearing, so I'll get to the point here, hopefully. Thank you, Rick Bodette, for the applicant, Nantucket Property Owner LLC. My client is the owner of 36 building lots within Sandpiper Place 2. That's the north development. I think some of you will remember. My clients also own a duplex in Sandpiper 1. That's the south development. These properties are all subject to workforce development special permit. We are seeking to amend both Sandpiper 1 and Sandpiper 2. As Leslie said, we're glad that these should be discussed together because, of course, all the issues relate to one another. So we're happy to discuss this sort of as one, even though I think you need to technically make 2 votes here. We've applied to amend both special permits. First and foremost, specifically, we own, or my client owns, 24 Honeysuckle Drive. That is where they ultimately wish to build a community pool with an outbuilding for a fitness center and bathrooms and an open area. That property is a restricted 175% AMI unit lot. And so in order to do that, in order to place the pool on this property, we need to swap it with another market rate lot. We're seeking to swap it with 43 Beachgrass. That's the duplex that we own. And we want to, that has 2 units, obviously, it's a duplex, and we want to sell those separately. So what that will do is create an additional 175 AMI unit. So the net result is 1 more affordable unit, and of course 1 less market rate unit that would be sold because the market rate unit will be the pool property. As I said, we're seeking to have this be a community pool and fitness center. It's a residential swimming pool. It will be available to both Sandpiper developments. Not just obviously the properties we own, but any of the developments. That's what our proposal is, to have it available to everybody. The pool will be open in the summer months. The fitness center will be open year round, obviously. And so that's our proposal. And that's what we're seeking to amend the special permit for. I did want to address a number of questions and concerns and concepts that staff mentioned in your staff report. First and foremost, that obviously the pool amenity will be available to everyone, as I said. We are seeking the numbers that we've thrown around from my clients for an initiation fee for each of these lots in order to build this out would be $2,500 per lot for 80% AMI owners. Again, keeping in mind that most of the lots in this development are not owned by us. 175% AMI would be a $7,500 initiation fee, and the market rate units would be a $25,000 initiation fee. We also, the staff mentioned we should address how we want to enforce these fees and homeowners association dues for ongoing maintenance. And that's not something we've specifically talked about, but what we envision is a separate homeowners association specifically related to the pool and fitness center amenity. I think what that'll allow us to do is overlap with the existing Richmond HOA, allow us to charge separate fees, obviously, allow us to let any of the lots that want to be a part of this. And again, I should have said they don't have to be a part of this. It's a choice. We're not requiring it, but we're allowing it. Another concern, a couple of other concerns that the staff report highlighted, which I think are really good questions, are parking on site. and the turnaround easement you'll see in your staff report. I think I don't know if there's a plan that we submitted that shows there's a turnaround easement that comes from Mayflower Circle that is on our property. It encumbers this property. And I think it was imposed as part of an effort with the last subdivision and special permit approvals and a requirement of the fire department that it be there. So, and obviously I wasn't part of that. However, I think that sounds like the staff would like us to eliminate that parking turnaround. We have no issue with that. We would be more than happy to eliminate that. Having said that, I don't know that we have too much control over whether that's eliminated. If the board wants to have a condition that we, acquiesce in that, or we can, we're happy to hunt it down. My clients have asked me specifically about it as well. But I just have to caution the board that we don't have total control over it. I think people on Mayflower Circle have rights in that turnaround that, are independent of anything we want to do. So no problem there. If the board wants us to try to get rid of that, we're happy to do so. The parking on site, we intentionally did not provide any parking on site. And that's for a number of reasons. Number one, we don't want to encourage anyone to drive there. It's only available to the Sandpiper community. The farthest lot away is 1,300 feet. That's about a quarter mile. We want to encourage people to walk there. We think they should walk there. We don't want them driving there. We also, as part of this process in the last couple of weeks, I did a little research, found that that none of the other developments that have a community pool have parking. As an example, Shop, right across the road from us, that's 209 lots, no parking for the pool. It's a pedestrian neighborhood. Like I said, we'd be happy to, if it helps the board, if you're inclined to approve this, obviously, we provide bike racks. I think that's a very good idea. And again, dissuades driving there. Signage, if that's helpful, obviously we can put up signs that say no parking on the street. You'll lose your pool privileges if you park here, etc. Things like that. So, but again, no other of these community pools have parking. The other concerns that were addressed by the staff report are really partially out of our control, but partially very relevant to what we're trying to do. There's a question about whether there was an intent to disperse the AMI units throughout the development, whether that's still being met, which I think was part of your efforts as a board to make sure we're not clustering restricted units into one little area, making a separate neighborhood, whether the requirements of the town MOA are being met, and whether this is supported in writing by the housing director and Department of Housing and Community Development. Just so everyone knows, we are part of a workforce development agreement with the town. Anything we do here has to also, particularly obviously with respect to swapping AMI units and market rate units, has to be approved by the select board and Department of Housing and Community Development. So so you guys are obviously a big part of this process, but you're not the final step. We need to have that approved as well. And so that's it. I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have. I mean, we're excited to hopefully put this in place. We hope you guys will feel the same. We think it's a good thing for the community here at Sandpiper.
Thanks, Rick. I guess initially, before I go to the board, obviously it's going to be interesting to see how well received it is, especially with the fees, initiation fees, the maintenance fees, et cetera. And I see the value in it. One pool instead of having everybody with their own pool in their backyard. You know, I agree with no parking. I actually think it works well at North Shop and provides a little exercise to get to the pool. I guess one of my questions is with this swap and we do this, what's the guarantee? I mean, is there a contingency that if you don't get the pool in the fitness center, then it reverts back to the way it originally was intended or we originally approved it? Or, you know, what is, or once we approve it and great, you go your merry way, you don't get a pool, you don't get it, you find out the cost analysis, and now we've just voted on this based on your projected plan. What's the thought? I'm sure you probably thought about that.
Sure. So just so I understand your question, you're saying, what if you guys approve the pool and the swap and the state doesn't?
Yes.
Is that your question?
Yes. Does it revert back to our original approval?
Yeah, I mean, you know, to be honest, that isn't something I've specifically discussed with them. My sense is that the answer would be absolutely yes. You know, if I represent a lot of developers, and obviously they're, you know, particularly in a neighborhood like this, right? You know, you lose money on the 80%, you lose less on the 175s, you make your money on the market rates. Now they're giving up a market rate unit. With good reason, don't get me wrong. If they didn't see the value in it, they wouldn't do it, right? But I suspect they're, you know, they may not move forward with it, might not record the special permit. However, having said that, I mean, they might, you know, they might go forward with it. In other words, what you're doing is you're taking that pool lot that we want to be the pool and having it be market rate. If the state doesn't approve it, then there's really nothing to do, right? We can't build a pool there because we can't build a pool on a 175 AMI lot, right? So, you know, they may try to do it, but I don't see how it's possible without both approvals, yours and the select board and state. So.
Okay, so I guess, you know, we've had extensive meetings over the last 3-4 years on this. And I know you know, this hasn't been an easy one. And I think the success is evident in the need and the popularity of it. But there were very, very long and extensive meetings over those 3 or 4 years. And I would hate to see that, you know, we approve something only to have maybe a net lot, a market rate lot or something, and then the plans didn't go through. So if there was any kind of restriction or legality involved where we had the jurisdiction to say, okay, great, we're interested, I think this holds merit. You know, if the board chooses to approve it, great. But I would say if it doesn't go forth, then we bring it back to the original decision that everybody reviewed for 3 years. And again, I'm not sure how complicated it is, because you're going through state, you're going through local boards, and then you also have an uphill battle with the feasibility of it as far as the cost. So it's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, I mean, I think, John, that you know, I think if it, I don't think it's I don't deem it to be an uphill battle, certainly at the local and state level. I mean, I think it will be a good thing to create 2 175 AMI units as opposed to 1, and turn the market rate duplex into 2, you know, AMI unit 175 AMI units. Feasibility, I don't know. It's not, you know, maybe you know better than I do, probably.
Mark it up, down, yeah.
Yeah. So that's, you know, I'm not going to opine on it. It's really almost none of my business. So.
All right, let's open up to the board. Dave, I see your hand raised.
Thanks, John. Through you to Rick. How are you, Rick?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Dave.
So this is going in Sandpiper 2, correct? The pool?
Yes.
And do you know, so this was all permitted through workforce housing, correct? Do you know what the split between affordable units and market rate is in that part of the development?
Yeah, they're both 25%.
So, well,
25%, sorry, 20, I should just guess what the 25% is for, Dave. 25% affordable.
25% affordable. So I mean, the only problem I have with this is plopping a pool down in the middle of a workforce housing development where 25% of it is affordable, and people are there because they can't afford it, yet you got to pay to play in the pool. And it's a moral dilemma for me that I don't think I can get over, to be honest with you. I don't see how we do that. And even though you're offering them a discounted rate, I still think that it's going to be a reach. And even though we're gaining another affordable unit, I understand that. I just think that it's in some ways almost an insult. And I don't mean that to you or to the developer. I'm just thinking out loud. I have a hard time getting around it.
Yeah.
Would it make sense to kind of offer a prorated or percentage? So if you're in the affordable percentage, the dues and the initiation would be prorated to the percentage that or at least an offer to be where where your house would be. So if you're getting that, that rate, it would be kind of percentage wise the same to be afforded that opportunity.
But also I think people are in Sandpiper. I don't want this to sound bad, but this development is housing people for a little less or far less than a lot of the other developments. And so I think that we know the pressures of housing here, how much it costs. Even a market rate unit there is going to be a financial burden on some people. And so I'm just concerned that we're dangling like a piece of candy in front of them that they can't get. And I have a hard time with that. So that's really kind of where I'm coming from.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, Dave, I think you raise a really good point. But the only response I would have to that really is, first of all, it's significantly discounted, particularly for the people that we're worried about most, right, are the 80% AMIs, particularly when it comes to affordability. But first of all, it's significantly discounted. The second thing I want to mention is that kind of the beauty of this development, it's called a workforce development, right? Just because that's the term under the bylaw, but it is a mixed development. I mean, that's kind of the beauty of it, is that you can buy in there if there's a lot available at an 80% AMI rate. You can buy a house in there at 175, and you can buy the market rate houses. The market rate houses, Dave, are going for between 1.5 and 2 million. I mean, that's not something I thought I would say a couple of years ago. It's crazy. But you're absolutely right in terms of, we should be worried about those people. And I think that's why the price is what it is. But the fact is, it's completely mixed. Some people are going to be able to afford this. I mean, the initial discussions I had with my client was, frankly, and maybe it's been a while since I worried too much about spending $2,500, but my initial discussion was I was worried about some of the market rate people who bought early in Richmond on that price. And one of the things that they said that we could do is perhaps, do some kind of payment plan over a couple of years, something like that, for everyone. I mean, I think that's something that would probably be helpful for people. But the other thing to keep in mind, that just to kind of wrap this up, is all of those prices, depending on your income, are a lot of money, right? noted, I mean, you're not going to get an argument from me that any of those are big amounts. But one of the things I did right away when I heard these numbers, was look at what's available out there. Okay. And the first call we made was to the Great Harbor Yacht Club. They have, a lot of people don't know this, they have a local option, so if you're a local, you can go use their pool and tennis court right at Mid Island, not far from here. And what they told us, first of all, there's a years-long waiting list just to use that. Okay. So you can't even use it, no matter what your income is. But their price is $5,000 a year. They charge locals. They don't, use and that's per year. So if you did it for 10 years, if you got off the waiting list, that would be, 50 grand, which is a crazy number too, right? This, we're talking about it being permanent, right? So that anyone who buys in gets to pass that on to the next person down the line if they sell their property. So it will increase each person's property value by at least that amount. The other one I looked at, just so you know, is the Beach Plum. Some of you might know that as part of their 40B, and I don't know if this was part of a settlement or not, but they had to offer their amenity, their pool, to some of the neighbors, like in Seekanau. And that is $5,000 a year as well, which is, again, a lot of money, but it's not permanent. They have to pay that every single year. So, I think that these questions that the staff is asking are well placed.
Rick, can I ask? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
On to you real quick. With that said about Beach Plum, what did the affordable units have to pay to use the pool there?
So the affordable, I don't know because it's just part of their dues, but much less, obviously. But here's the difference. The affordable units in Beach Plum are just part of the development. In other words, the second they buy, they don't have to pay extra to get into that pool. They just pay the maintenance fees yearly. That's all.
But the people are in Sandpiper and part of that development.
They are, but we don't own all the lots. In other words, I think if we had started this like Richmond did,
okay,
this would have been from the get-go. In other words, they would have paid 300 grand for a house, and this would have just been part of it.
No, I get that. Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
Nat, go ahead.
That last statement kind of answered and kind of indirectly answered one of my questions. If this was, you bring up other places, but they already built the pool when they built the development. I'm thinking of this as having to pay to use the playground, Rick. You know what I mean? Like, does everybody pay a different price to use the playground? I mean, it'd be like having different excursion rates or something. I don't know. This is a tough, odd thing to sift through. The more that's said, the worse it gets, kind of thing. And we're the easy board compared to what you're going to have to deal with other, hoops to jump through. Pools, when funny Barry brings up when this all started, I don't think we ever talked about a pool. Did we ever bring that up over here? A community pool? I don't remember that ever being part of any conversation, but I do remember the playground stuff and separating them and making it so you didn't have to walk too far, things like that. Well, I don't know. This is tough. This doesn't have a good feel to it, because we're sort of filling in something that never got discussed in a way that separates people from people a little bit.
I mean, I don't know
I'm not sure what to say about that, Rick. And it's not you. It's just sounds. I don't know. It's just it doesn't sound comfortable. Say that.
Yeah, I mean,
and I want people to swim in pools. I don't have an issue with pools at all. I think that it saves people from driving around, and drinking on a weekend and all that. But this is a little different than just a community pool and a project that doesn't have all this attached to it.
Netta, if I may be rude and interject, I also want to remind this particular development, this is not a 40B. This was a friendly 40B, not a hostile 40B. So if you remember, we went through lengthy discussions, not only with the town and all the restrictions, but the developer also was more from better or worse in a voluntary position to address a lot of things, from streets to berms, to the diameter of a tree, to the number of trees, to, there's a lot of things that the developer, I'm sure, wanted to save money, and we as a board requested and got the approvals for. So from limitations or quadruple of what could have been there. So I just want to remind the board too, this is, it's a little bit different from what we've looked at and viewed from a hostile 40B that had to go through the state and were mandated to do certain things. And, this is, so we have to look at this a little bit differently, and be a little bit more open, not say that we have to agree to it, but look at it just a little bit differently from something that was mandatory. Stephen, you've been patient, your hand's been raised.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick, a couple quick questions. Just want to make sure I understand this correctly. So basically, it's a community pool, let's see here. Neighborhood pool, outbuilding with fitness studio, community space with restrooms, a putting green, and a lawn area. And the only requirement of access, there's two, if I'm correct, if I understood correctly. One is you're an owner or a family member in the neighborhood, and two is you pay your dues for the upkeep. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you anticipate the capacity is? It looks like this could be up to maybe 40 or 50 people a day during the summer.
Yeah, well, we don't know, and it kind of depends on who wants to be involved.
Sure.
Obviously.
Okay.
But
No, that's good. So, I mean, for me, I was going to suggest you explore Beach Plum. They have a pro rata approach. It's not pennies on the dollar for the adjusted ownership, the affordable units, but it is tens of cents on the dollar. It's an incredible deal, as a matter of fact, for those folks to be able to access those types of resources. And also, in a social setting with perhaps people they wouldn't normally be rubbing elbows with down at, some fancy restaurant, because they are on an income restricted type of a budget. So I think that that's worthwhile. The other thing, it's kind of a novel, perhaps, suggestion to consider, but if we're looking at maybe 40 to 50 people per 4-hour period, that's 100 people a day. That's 200 trips up and down, a down to the Rotary and a back, that people aren't going to be driving in their cars. They're going to be staying on site within the community. And I think given the amount of traffic we have during the summer turns, especially on Old South Road, that is, perhaps an important consideration. I hope you get a chance to develop this a little bit further, see where it goes. I think it could be a good thing for that community and those, in particular, for the affordable rate homeowners. Thank you.
Thanks, Stephen. Barry?
Oh, yeah, excuse me, Mr. Are we have public comment, or we just limited to the board?
We haven't opened it up to the public yet. We're still on the board, so go ahead.
Okay, there's a few things. I see Dave Arminetti, who's always been a principal of this, out on the attendees list with his hand raised. And I don't know if it would, I guess I'd have to defer to either Leslie or Megan if it would be a good thing to bring him over. Let me just hold for a minute on that process.
Yes,
Yeah.
but Megan will have to do it because I don't have access.
Okay, good.
I apologize. I don't even have Dave on my screen, so.
That's okay. The
My bad.
magic of Zoom. It's just, he may add some things that
We
we're
hope-
not aware of, and I think.
We open the public meeting first.
Sorry,
Well,
because
he's-
I'm recused, so, but I'm happy to
Oh.
still do my duties of
All right,
bringing attendees
you.
over, because I may want to comment myself as a member of the
right.
public. So,
Let me make this a little bit easier. Leslie, I would consider him a principal of this establishment, not a member of the public. Is that still correct at this stage? No.
Not really, no.
Okay, thank you. No, it's been a while since I've kind of addressed some issues with this. Okay. Thank you. I'm so sorry to have digressed for a minute.
Go ahead.
I want to go back to what Steve Welsh said earlier. We're dwelling on the pool, and there's really more here that's going on within this complex. You're talking not only about a pool, but you're also talking about a fitness center, community space, outdoor putting green, recreational lawn game area, which is really more than that. It's more enhanced than just a pool. And so I think, if you were to look at even just like a fitness space alone on this island, even if you go to the community school, even if you go to our high school and try to use their gym, there's a charge associated with that. So I think asking for something here is not necessarily out of the question. Wouldn't it be great if it was free? But there's nothing out there to substantiate that there are other free facilities out there like that. I do strongly encourage you through the applicant to, do some type of payment plan system that's out there. So it really does become a much easier bar to pass in terms of this. Maybe a maximum of 5 years in doing it. Again, some type of creative strategy, zero fee on any type of interest or anything. It's just flat across the board. You can pay us over 5 years. Thank you. Would be good. And Rick, thank God you're not in town, huh? Trying to do this. Yeah. But anyways, no, I think there's some merit to it. I'd say we should probably honor it and give it a try, and let's just see how it begins to spec out. They've got a number of bars they have to clear, but Steve also said too, wouldn't that be nice if a lot of those things were on site, so people don't have to be traveling off site for this stuff as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry. So I'm going to open up to the general public, and if Dave Armanetti is here, I would welcome him first. And Meg, if it's you to assist, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome,
Hopefully
David.
you can hear me.
Yes, perfectly. Then
All
welcome.
right, good evening, Mr. Chairman, board members, and staff, and Attorney Bodett. Thanks for giving us a minute to provide a little input here. We'll speak in whatever capacity you want us to. Master developer, a butter, trustee of the HOA, interested party. We're just glad to have some input here, which we appreciate. And to my friend Rick, I wouldn't be too offended about a simple name pronunciation. I think 2 or 3 years ago, I think one of the abutters off of Skyline, when we were involved, called me Mr. Arancini. So until you get compared to a high carbohydrate food, I wouldn't be too offended. We're glad to make a little input here, give a little input here. We do have a dual capacity, I guess, technically, as a direct abutter to the Honeysuckle lot. It directly abuts one of the remaining 175% AMI lots that we are responsible to build and are actively building. That house has been set and I think is about halfway completed. We're also the majority trustee of the existing HOA, which, as Rick mentioned, will have to have some interaction and collaboration here with the sub HOA or whatever organization ultimately is formed here by his client if they proceed. And we're also still obviously the primary developer of the entire area, or master developer of the entire area, as a couple of members of the board have indicated. So in general, we've worked very closely and continue to work very closely with Capitol Hall and Nantucket property owner, the entity that bought these lots from us, and we're collaborating with to continue to build out both sides of this subdivision. And, you know, they're doing a great job side by side with us in building out this neighborhood. I was on island today for a couple of meetings and continuing to see our progress and their progress. And, you know, we're really pleased with the direction everything's going, the progress that's being made, particularly with the AMI homes, which a couple of members of the board have noted. So, you know, we see the community that's being developed and the image of the community that's taking shape. And, you know, we're really pleased about that and want to continue to collaborate with anyone who's building out there, including Rick and his client. So we don't have any issue in general with either the AMI swapping. That in particular could be a positive. To add another 175% AMI restricted home would be a positive. As the board will recall, Mr. Chairman, as you mentioned, we went through obviously a fairly lengthy and involved process here, both before your board and the select board, and figuring all this out and going through all the detail. And, you know, the 175% AMI home was kind of a unique concept at the time, and it's proven to be very successful in targeting the type of year-round community resident buyer that we had all hoped. The only issue is we don't have enough of them. You know, in order to get the shy list numbers that were very important to the town, which we understood, you know, they approved 75% of the AMI homes being 80% restricted and only 25% to be 175% restricted. So there's only, I believe, 875% homes and duplexes, and this would create a ninth, which would be a positive. So as long as the DHCD certification and approval that we've all worked so hard to obtain is not abrogated by this, you know, we would fully support that. And the staff obviously has noted that in their report, and Rick's noted that in his remarks. So I don't see actually too much trouble with that if there is support by your board. And then the use and improvement of this lot for these community facilities, you know, we see as very much a positive and an attractive amenity. We're sure it's going to be done in a high quality way, given Nantucket property owners' commitment here, and it's going to be a very attractive amenity, we think. And I think, to Rick's point, could also build some community camaraderie and social interaction, which is always a good thing. So, you know, we're fully in support of the use and the improvement of the lot for this purpose. We also think it's, you know, very generous of them to open it to all the other members of the subdivision in the community. We'll let you and they figure out the best allocation of cost here, but obviously the concept of welcoming all is a positive. So, you know, we think the staff has spent quite a bit of time on this, has encapsulated the issues quite well in the staff report. We've had some interaction with them. And the only issue we really have, and we do think it is a significant one, is the on-street parking question. We believe in general, conceptually, that encouraging people to walk and then knowing that most people will end up walking is true, but we think common sense and logic here has to win out a little bit, and that we're not going to get 100% of the people to walk, or, you know, 99% of the people to walk. And while your board and the planning staff and we have carved out some guest parking on the roads there, there's not a ton of it. And in this particular area, because of the curved nature of Honeysuckle Drive and the ins and outs of that part of the subdivision, there's not a lot of proximate guest parking. So we do think there needs to be some on-site parking here, not a ton. You know, we're not looking at recommending or asking for, you know, 10 spaces, but some manageable, reasonable number of spaces we think is really critical here. And common sense just tells you there's going to be some grandparents who maybe aren't all that mobile, and families with younger children that have equipment and, you know, stuff going to the pool, and they're just not going to be able to walk. And we just don't want to frustrate all the work and all the good planning that's gone into this over the years, just as we're coming out of the ground as a real neighborhood, you know, by overlooking this. So some level of on-site parking we think is, you know, just logical. And, you know, not to get too much into the weeds with my friend Rick, but when push comes to shove, we also, I think, slightly disagree with the conclusion that he and his client have come to, that no parking would be required. You know, there has to be, I think, a principal use declared here that would require, under the bylaws, some parking subject to either reduction or establishment by the planning board, and that's what we see here. So as long as some off-street parking can be worked out, we're fully in support of this. We think the staff's come up with a really nice idea and a creative idea that maybe can create a win-win here, which is if we can eliminate that turnaround on Mayflower, that could provide them with some additional room here where they could readily fit in a handful of off-street parking. And we think that would be a win-win. And we'd be glad to roll up our sleeves with Rick and his client and with the staff, as Leslie pointed out, and try and make that work. And we certainly would consent to it in our role as the primary permit holder here. So all that said, we would love to see this, just as long as there's some parking and it's managed properly. We're very confident that'll be the case and that your board will move forward in a direction that makes sense. So thanks for the time and the ability to provide some input on this. And thanks again, the staff put quite a bit of time into this, as they usually do on these issues that on the surface maybe don't seem to have much to them, but as virtually everything we know on our island, once you start looking into it, there's some subtlety here and some nuance that needs to be dealt with. And your board and the staff are always very good at doing that, and we appreciate that. So thank you.
Thank you, Dave. Nice to hear from you again, and it's nice
Thanks.
to see everyone getting along. And as far as the parking, just a couple of things I was noting too. And even though I agree that something similar to North Shop would be kind of nice, there are some things that Dave addressed, but I also am in agreement with. You know, you have to have handicap parking maybe, and maybe there's a 15-minute parking because you're going to have family, kids. There's going to be stuff to unload, and maybe there's a loading dome because you can have service people there tending to the pool and deliveries and things like that. So I don't necessarily think there's going to be zero parking. But maybe if we addressed some of the important issues, you know, similar to what I just discussed, and certain requirements that code-wise we have to have. But I think you know everybody's kind of on the right page. If it can work, great. Let's see if we can do it. It's again, it's going to be a money thing. It's going to be a numbers game, but let's see what we can do. Barry, I think your hand was raised, so you're on mute.
Sorry, I just want to see if there's any members of the public, and maybe go to Rick Bedett. I'm just going to kind of throttle back here for a minute.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's all right. Meg, I know you're recused, but if you're monitoring, I'm not sure if I should be addressing you or Leslie.
Mary Longacre has her hand up.
Okay. Hi, Mary. Welcome.
Thank you, John. Just to add to your point about parking, this facility with all those activities will probably have several employees on site. So a provision for employee parking would probably be wise.
Lifeguard. Yes. Great. Thank you, Mary. Anyone else, Meg? I'm sure this is not a one and done meeting. So Barry, go ahead. I know Rick's hand is raised as well.
Sure.
Go ahead.
And this is quick. Rick, through you to Mr. Bodett.
Sure.
Good thing I got that last name right. That'd be holy hell to pay otherwise.
The last guy who called me bidet, you know?
Yeah, Rick, you're a good sport. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Anyways, have you had an opportunity to just run this through the direct abutters to this project once it's said and done? Just to kind of find out from them, especially whether this is a good project or not. You know, I think if you haven't polled the people directly, even just around the area, just to see what the general sense is, but I always worry a little bit as well too that, you know, one of these fine days we're going to be sitting on the planning board, and the next thing I want to hear is We need to file complaints at this point. There's the sound of small children running around at this point and half-clothed people, and you know, I'm not even going there above and beyond that. But you do understand where I'm heading to at this point. Is I just want to make sure that somehow we're being fair to to the people around a little bit, and just giving them the appropriate heads up. I'm trusting you've already done that, but I think, as a board, it's just good for us to hear what's going on with that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, we are a direct abutter, and so is Richmond. And I know that we reached out to Richmond, and we sort of rely on this process to give the abutters notice. So we own most of the lots right around there, with the exception of the one Dave mentioned. And then there's a couple of lots on a Mayflower Circle, which is a separate development that will not be included in the amenity as well. So I haven't reached out to them specifically. We did reach out. I know my clients reached out to Ann Cuspa. They own a couple of lots in there, and didn't want to stop this process either. I think she thought it was, a pretty good idea to have an extra 175 AMI. So that's kind of been the extent of our outreach.
Thank you, Rick. Anyone else in the general audience? Meg? Or Leslie?
No, I'm not seeing any.
Okay.
No, I was just going to say to reserve my own comments as a member of the public. I'm just disappointed to hear about these price points, and I feel they're unattainable to the community. That's all.
Thank you, Meg. So, board members, or Rick, you were going to say something?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention, that it was, it's good to hear some of the positive comments, from Barry and Steve. I mean, I think we think this is a good thing for the community. We do think it's attainable, particularly if there's a payment plan involved. And I think it's really important to mention, again, it was mentioned by a couple of board members that, in reference to Nat's comment that, do you pay to use the playground? Well, we don't have the luxury of baking in the price of this $1 million facility into the 90 lots we own. We only own a third of those. So it is a difficult thing to price out when someone else has sold a lot of the lots. Someone else owns a bunch of the lots. So I did want to mention that we didn't have that luxury, and we need to pay for it somehow, obviously. But we do think it's a really good thing for the community in general.
Okay. Seeing no hands, what would Louis like to do next? Is this something that we're initiating the conversation and getting a feel for, or I'm not sure how we're proceeding with this, if we want to continue, open this, think about it.
We have to continue.
Yeah, for Rick to come back in a month to see what they find as far as how far they are in the process of what they learned. If it helps, I
think Rick's got to also think about the other hurdles and what is going to fly. I think Steve's thing about beach plum is actually, I wish I'd said that. I should have thought of that. That's a perfect analysis for this. It's not Noshop. This is not Nashwaquisset or Noshop. This is a mixed development, which is what beach plum is. And they have a little pool. There isn't too many people over there every time I'm in that area, but that's not that often. They don't have any parking, but everybody can walk to it pretty easily, I think. certainly, but you just have to make it, you gotta almost, Rick, I hate to say it, it's gotta get kind of baked in to some level, at least, but I think that, obviously we have to continue and you have to come back with something that's attainable for not just us. So.
Right, understood.
Okay, so on that note, Nat, would you like to take
I'll
it
make
further?
a motion to continue
Okay,
till
is there a
next month,
second?
or whatever works.
Rick,
Yep.
does December give you plenty of time to find a little bit more, or is it something you wanted to continue further?
Yeah, I mean, I guess, no, look, I mean, we wanted to build this for next summer potentially. So the only option for us is December, number one, but I would like, if the board members can give me, specifics about the issues. I mean, it sounds like parking is an issue. And, oh, by the way, I should add that, as it's presently configured, there's no room for parking. Obviously, I think that could change if, as Dave mentioned, if that turnaround in the back goes away, then we have a little room. So I would certainly be able to offer a condition that we have parking if that goes away. And again, we can all certainly work together in that effort. So it sounds like parking is an issue for a couple of members. Price points, is that fair to say? Dave?
If I may, John, yeah,
Sure, go ahead,
price
Dave.
points and payment plans, I think would help,
Mhm.
I think, what you guys were willing to extend.
Yeah.
And you need to keep the peal of children's laughter down, please.
Done.
Warm up.
Okay, specifics, that's what any others off the top there, Rick, or that's enough to start us off?
I mean, that's certainly, those are the major issues, obviously. I'm not, just so everyone knows, I'm not particularly concerned about the other processes. I think it's generally going to be out of my hands to begin with. But, we haven't heard any pushback from anyone, really. I think everybody views it as a positive, again, separate from the pool issue. The AMI addition is, I think, a real positive for the other entities. So
Great. So let's get back to the continued motion to the December 12th, if that's.
Barry's got his hands up, John.
Go ahead, Barry, sorry.
Thank you. Through you and Leslie, maybe I need just a bit of guidance, and I've also got a question for Mr. Bodett first. Mayflower Circle, Rick, is definitely under your control as part of the subdivision, right?
Oh, no.
Whose control is that on? I'm sorry, whose control is that under?
Let me just looking on the web GIS. I mean, that was originally part of Daffodil and Evergreen.
Okay.
Richmond might have owned these ones. One lot next to Mayflower is owned by Gray Harbor Yacht Club. I'm just looking at the web GIS. The other lot that's serviced by Mayflower Circle is owned by an LLC bought in 2020.
Okay.
And then the other one is on Evergreen. So we don't own any lots in there. We don't have any rights in Mayflower Circle, to the best of my knowledge. It's really, and that was kind of my point, is we're happy to help to eliminate that turnaround, but we don't really have much control over it. So.
Yeah, because I hear you saying about the parking thing, and I'm curious to know how that would be resolved. If that's your primary point of doing it. So, okay, you've got some homework, I think, that has to be done with that one. And so let me stop right there.
All right.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Good point, Barry. So back to the motion.
Did I make the motion to continue? I can't
I think
remember.
we started
You
to,
did.
but then we had a couple comments. So go ahead.
I'll make it again, so thank you if I did.
Okay,
I'll make that motion to continue the next meeting.
great. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, motion was made by Nat to continue to December 12th, seconded by Dave, I believe. Roll call, Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Bidet. And
Well done,
Wow.
sir. Well done. All right, well, thanks a bunch, everyone, for listening.
all
and
right,
We'll see you in December.
all right, thanks.
Have a good one.
All right, moving on. Fair City LLC, 115 and 117 Old South Road, Art Gasparo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Hi, Art.
Hi. I'm before
Art,
you.
I was trying to bring you over as a panelist. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hold on.
Okay, you get the real me.
Welcome, Art. Go ahead. Whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm before you tonight with a major commercial development proposal for the two properties that are side by side, somewhat actually stacked at 115 and 117 Old South Road. And this is for a contractor shop that includes exterior storage and warehousing and several structures. I've included a fairly detailed narrative in your packet, so I hope you're somewhat familiar with the application. This is going to be the home of Hanlon Landscaping, and there is a fairly good sized structure that's proposed along Old South Road, which will actually serve to screen much of the uses on this property. And then along the corner where the building isn't, we're proposing a dense evergreen screen vegetation, and we would plant them at a height that's at least 6 feet when they're actually planted. And the uses would be, again, primarily for Tom's landscape operation. We've tried to show detailed on the plan how the setup would be for the parking areas, where he would have material storage. And I know that I labeled it as materials, but they would essentially, we could provide more information, but talking about mulch and gravel and those sort of materials associated with landscape operations. Any fertilizers or those sort of the products would be stored inside one of the buildings. You see that there's a large barn there, and we can put that in writing for the board. I see that was one of the comments from Mr. Pesci. We fully intend to conform to the requirements of the bylaw with respect to the wellhead protection district for this operation. And we're also proposing on-site drainage that would consist of deep sump catch basins and leach pits to control the water. And essentially we would also have downspout gutters and downspouts with leaders that would lead to the drainage, to the subsurface drainage by pipe, so that we wouldn't have all of that on the surface. There's the property does come up from Old South Road. We'd be proposing a hard surface apron and then gravel roads and gravel parking areas. So we have proposed a catch basin out along near the intersection of the apron and the edge of Old South Road, because the way the grade drops, the way that this road the property actually is higher than the road, it's essentially impossible, or it'd be take a very lot of earth moving to try to have it so that you had essentially a negative grade coming in from Old South Road. So we would put the catch basin there to catch any water that would just come off of the apron itself, and from near the top of that we would pitch the water back towards the middle of the lot, and then all the way to the end of the road, where you can see we've got a couple of other catch basins proposed there. The lots would be served by town water and town sewer, so we'd be proposing hydrants and sewer mains and sewer manholes and laterals to serve all of the structures. And there are a couple of structures that are all the way down the back, and then the structure near the road, and essentially the landscape use in between. I've shown in green on the plan the areas that would essentially be the open space, and we would be complying, not asking for a waiver with respect to the 20% required for open space The one somewhat different piece of this is that there's going to be an area where stockpiles plants for, we're calling it the nursery. So obviously, buys stock, has it trucked to the island, and then stores it, keeps it watered until it's ready for use. So we've included that area within the green space, and that's what gets us really to the 20%. So I did want to point that out as slightly different, but I would think that a nursery stock type area would be in harmony with the intent of open area, if you will. And with that, I think it covers most of the proposal. I understand we did just receive Mr. Pesci's report. So ultimately we would be, I'd like to hear any concerns that the board or the public may have so that we could work to address those. And then we will also work to address some of the questions or comments that Mr. Pesci had, I believe all of which we can address a little bit more detailed he'd like on some of the drainage calculations. And some of the delineating some of the parking areas. But again, I believe that we will be able to address all of that prior to your deadline for the next meeting. And with that, I'd be happy to take questions, comments, or concerns that you may have.
Thank you, Art. So also, you mentioned nursery, but this is purely just for the business. This is not retail. There'll be no customers coming in there.
Absolutely.
Okay. That's just for clarification from the nursery. Okay, Dave.
Stockpiling, if I
Yes.
may.
Sure. Which would bring up another question as far as, smell, compost and things like that. The frequency, similar to what we had talked about on previous applications, off of Bartlett Road. So stockpiling, daily clippings and things like that. Just the frequency at which is going to be delivered to the dump. But I guess we can get into a lot of that. Dave, your hand's raised.
Yeah, a couple things. One, Art, just wanted to thank your client for being responsive to Plus when asked to put some gravel down in your apron. I think that was crazy. You guys did it in a day, and I think it was much appreciated. Have you guys reached out with an application to want to comment yet?
No, but we will send that over.
No. Awesome. No, I don't really have any questions until we get farther down. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Dave. Other board members, questions at this time? Seeing none, I'll open it up to the general public. Meg, if there's anybody hand raised.
Barry, John.
Did I
I'm
just,
not seeing anyone.
okay, I'll go back to Barry, please.
Thank you. It's just something that I was looking the plan back over again. Through you to either Megan or Leslie. The way that's undeveloped that runs across the property at this point, is it just worth trying to obtain an easement just in case anything comes up in the future between the proposed gravel way and that untraveled way that sits on the side there? I just don't want to lose the opportunity here again. And the modicum of the planning board is interconnected systems. So I'm sure you've looked at it, but I just wanted to kind of run it by you just so the base is touched.
So the way that runs along the back of the property is the way that's going to be eliminated.
Okay, so it's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't realize. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't quite realize that way was going to be totally eliminated. So
Yeah, that's the one that runs behind Nobodier, whatever that's called, the R10L neighborhood.
Yeah. And so what's the ultimate plan for that? I don't want to get too deep into it, but just.
I think the concept is that it would be sold through the yard sale program and pieces of it would go to abutting property owners.
Perfect. That answers my question in so many different ways. Thank you.
Okay, Stephen.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. If you'll indulge me, take a quick moment to lament. It's unfortunate there's not a fast track facility to take these two lots and 1 and 7 and have the town offer a swap and some cash for land out on Bunker Road off Milestone Road, where the state highway is for traveling up and down with landscape vehicles and so on and so forth. And these lots to be used for housing, but just a comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the general public? Meg?
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, board members. Questions, suggestions, concerns? I brought up a couple, obviously, with this light, or actually, it's a commercial contractor slash shop. I know it's landscaping, but I guess, Art, is there going to be any kind of manufacturing going on? I guess that would noise related, hours of operation, things that we would address for storage. Obviously, you're not.
Yeah.
There's interior exterior storage that we made note of. That may jeopardize any kind of in the public wellhead recharge district. So there's going to be other areas that items that we discussed, but has there been any discussion about that? What would be your hours of operation? I know landscapers get started early and during the summer months get home late. Is there any kind of like starting plan that you'd want to go over?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Let me confirm that with Tom and include that in the response for information. I'm sure he can give the, we can get something set based on that. I mean, I don't want to speak for him. My guess would be somewhere along the lines of 7 to 7, but I don't want to commit to that. We'll just confirm it with him.
Okay.
And I'm not aware of any manufacturing that's going to occur, and all the discussions that I've had with him in the preparation of the site plan and the application, it's very much related to, the operation of the landscape business, but, I'll confirm that as well.
Yeah, I just, things that we would ask, mechanical, is there going to be servicing on vehicles? I know, there's obviously a lot of vehicles and trailers and things like that, aside from, flat tires, general maintenance. Is it going to be something that we have to worry about as far as, oil and transmission fluids and things like that being serviced there?
I believe structure C is where he's going to keep the equipment. And I would, think that there's going to be your typical landscape maintenance of the equipment there. And we have discussed the requirement that would have floor drains to an oil gas water separator as part of the so that's a building code requirement for a structure like that. So I would anticipate that would be the use, and that's where that's going to occur.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, is there a motion? Oh, did we open this up? Any comment?
Yes.
Yes, okay. Anybody else, Meg, from the audience?
No, I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay, seeing none, is there a motion to continue?
So move, sir.
Second.
Motion's been made by Barry to continue to the next December meeting, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Barry,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Dave,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Art.
Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, there's a concept list for the 2023 annual town meeting planning board sponsored articles. Is that Leslie or
Yep.
Meg? Great. Go
So
ahead.
we put the list in for your last meeting. This is really just to keep you up to date with what we may be working on. I mean, obviously, we can't do all of these, but I have started drafting. Actually, I've done all of the map change articles, and I'm working on the bylaw amendments, so. This is really just informational at this point. I don't think we need to talk about it unless someone has something specific that they want to say.
Great. Thank you. Board members, anything that you've seen that you want to talk about?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead now.
Leslie, thank you for putting that ROH special permit thing in for the duplex. The R10, R20 thing, appreciate that. I don't know how far you've gotten on that, but I think it's important. And, you know, you look at what we approved tonight on fairgrounds, that wouldn't fit the number that we talked about, but that might have changed their plan as well, depending upon what their plan is, you know? So that's, you know, it puts tools in the toolbox for housing, separate ownership.
So Nat, just for clarification, you're referring to the use chart duplex update with the special permit in the RO zone?
Yeah, in the R10, R20 tertiary lot.
Okay.
Idea.
Yeah, now I would like to get a feel from the other board members about the R10, R20 tertiary
Right,
lot.
Yep, sorry.
Not that I want to prolong this meeting anymore, but I don't want to work on stuff that you guys don't support either, so.
Yeah.
So the idea, Nat's idea would be to add our oversized lots in R10 and R20 to the tertiary lot option. So what we had talked about was maybe if the lot was 5,000 square feet over, so 15,000 square feet in R10 and maybe 25 or 30. I mean, there's not a number decided in R20 that you could be eligible for a tertiary lot. But that's kind of in conflict with what you all talked about last year, which was that you only wanted to do it on the larger lots. So.
Dave, your hand is raised. You're not.
I'm interested in exploring adding those to those zoning districts. I mean, it's worth looking at. Any tool we can use to create more housing, I think, is good. I also wanted to make sure that we add in here somewhere to look at the zoning bylaw that deals with timeshare, and how, and just to tighten it up, because I think there's concerns community-wide about what Picasso's doing, and I just want to make sure that article, it doesn't need technical amendments or anything to really firm it up. And I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that.
And just to point out, I don't know if you all know, but there is a property being marketed as a timeshare, and we did send them an enforcement notice. So Plus staff has been dealing with that.
You got muted.
Lost you.
Just hit mute, Leslie.
Oops, sorry about that. I don't know if you all know, but there's a house being marketed as a timeshare, and there are others being marketed as prospective timeshare properties. And we sent an enforcement notice to the owner of the one that's currently being marketed. They received it. They want to meet and talk about it. So, you know, they're being receptive to the fact that there's an issue. I don't know how it's going to go, but we have to have the meeting.
Thank you. Barry?
Yeah, just Leslie, the work on still phasing out the RC2, RC, and then you've got 2 board initiatives on other zoning changes. That is still a primary focus that I think we need to concentrate on. It's been an ongoing process, and I would really still love for this board to focus on continuing on that track with those changes that are there. Yeah, I see technical amendments and stuff like that. You probably have a better feel for it, but I really do want those to be our primary focus. Thank you.
And I have all of those map changes drafted already. So,
Fantastic.
can I just say one thing about the technical amendments?
Yeah.
One thing that we may have to do differently this year, I've, been putting those in a single article for probably a decade. And the Attorney General just flagged that in our last set of articles. She approved it, but she suggested in the future that we do separate articles.
And yeah, I can kind of see the wisdom in that to a certain extent as well, too. Not unlike what we used to do with zoning. And then we found it was better just to separate all the issues out, probably for a slightly different reason, though. The only thing I'm going to say in support of what Nat wants to do, I'm sure you all ran an analysis when you did this to see kind of what would fall out of that R10, R20 tertiary. So if that analysis is available, I mean, I'd love to look at it and see what happened. Not overly detailed,
Yeah, Nathan's going to run some numbers for me.
That'd be great. Thank you. That'd be helpful.
Another thing I want to add to that sort of conversation is the Mid-Island area is where all the zoning is, number one. Number two, we have the family covenant now, which is kind of not talked about that much, but so let's say somebody we do, right, Leslie?
Yeah, I think we've only done one of the family covenants.
Yeah. Well, that's probably because a lot of people don't even realize we have it. But let's, for example, say somebody wants to do a family covenant for their, child or whatever, but they need a little money and they have the ability to sell a covenant lot as well. Because if they use the covenant now, that's it. They can't do it. So you only got one. So if you had the ability to, where the family can have the two houses be their own family and have a covenant separation as well, then they can sell a covenant lot to somebody else and it has to be restricted. So it's a way to get that cash that people need and still create another covenant lot at the same time. So that's sort of my little thinking process here. The 1 acre stuff in the 2 acre tree, that's kind of easy to see that. But all the stuff in fairgrounds is all starting to get built now. So trying to catch it before it's gone. That's all. Thank you.
Dave?
Yeah, a couple things. One, kind of in the same vein of what Nat was just talking about, Mid-Island area, there's some other things that are coming down the pike that they could offset that. So that'll be an interesting discussion. And I think when it's out of the bag, then I can talk about it a little more. But it does involve helping those people get a little more cash in their hands in Mid-Island and afford to keep their properties. Question for you, Leslie, just the transient resident facilities line, that's about sorting out the commercial kitchen issue between hotels and guest houses.
Yeah, that's to better align what our zoning says with what the health department requires.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Stephen?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, and I guess just to the board, one of the things I've been thinking about a lot is the tertiary. And my understanding is that it's not only oriented as to size relative to the primary and the secondary, but also with respect to the sequence of building. And in today's day and age, a secondary dwelling is easily, another 160% of the cost of a tertiary. Where if primary, secondary, and tertiary were only related to this, to the size, and you were able to build, say you have a primary, you were able to go ahead and build your tertiary and rent it out year round, and then deal with the secondary when you have some cash flow. So I realize we're a little bit later. I don't know how big of a lift it would be to even look at that, but I just wanted to throw that out there because I think when the tertiary, which is a wonderful, wonderful tool, but when I think when that came up, we didn't have the cost considerations we have now and the cash flow issues that people who are actually building these and using these for year-round housing are experiencing. And I think if we could eliminate the restriction that on the sequence part of it and stick to it's just a size related thing, that might be helpful.
Leslie, haven't we done that already? Sometimes we've approved a secondary dwelling, and then at a future point when they could add a tertiary, we've changed the secondary to maybe the tertiary because of size, and then approve the secondary. We just kind of went out of order based on need.
Yeah, there's no sequencing required. Sometimes people build a smaller dwelling first and is their primary, then they build a larger structure later. So then the original primary becomes the secondary. Right. And the same thing can happen with the tertiary. So the categorization of them just changes over time.
Great.
Okay, I'll do a reread of that. Thank you.
Sure. Barry, your hand's raised.
Yeah, just one other thing is that I think we need to be cognizant of what's coming in as citizen articles as well too, for zoning, because I'm hearing they may be mounting up into like 14, 15, 16. So if this board comes through with its own series of things, I'm afraid the public opinion is going to be zoning saturation, the hell with everything. Let's just move along. Because there are some very polarized issues coming up at this town meeting as well, too. Not to say we shouldn't do our job, but I honestly do think, you know, we're never the favorite child sometimes of town meeting, and I think we will probably need to be sensitive toward what's coming in from the public, as well as just the school of public opinion about getting certain things passed. So as much as we have a whole bunch of good ideas, I think, you know, we may need to step back a little bit and be critical of what else is out there before us and how hard those pushes will be and how the public's going to want to respond to that.
Tomorrow,
Okay?
Barry, tomorrow.
Yeah, because I can see a lot of people saying, oh yeah, that motion to move at this point. You know, without any adequate discussion, just because people are like, we got other things to get through. So I just was a thought that came into the back of my head as we're starting to talk about this stuff. So thanks.
And will work itself out. Thank you, Barry. And now just to get back to you from my response about the R10 and R20 with tertiary, I'm interested. Although, you know, when we look at an R10, for example, and you wanted to create a covenant lot on an R10, I think it's a 60-40 percentage. So if you had a 10,000 square foot lot, 6,000 would be for the market rate and the covenant would be 4,000 square feet. So if we were going to do it in something like the R10, I think I would want something at least a minimum of 4,000, maybe 5,000 square feet for a tertiary to kind of equal what the covenant would be, just to give a little bit of elbow room. And
that's what the plan, that's what the thought is. It's
Okay.
15 and 25 to 30 or something like that, you know.
So
but
just to
makes
give you a
sense.
little nudge, Leslie, some direction, I'd be open to hearing more about it. Okay, any other board members, comments before we move on? Okay, we're at public comment. Meg, anyone out there?
I see Campbell Sutton with her hand raised, followed by David Buckley.
Okay, Cam, welcome back.
Hi, thanks so much. I didn't realize that there would be some public comment on this. And I actually do live within 300 feet of this proposed thing. So I think I should be able to speak on it based on Barry's standards. So For the Salrose Road piece that is C-Tech or R5, I would support C-Tech. I would not support R5. And I don't support R5 on Knobska Way. For one reason on both and another reason on the Salrose piece. The one reason on both is that Appleton is not of sufficient width to handle, to handle the traffic load that would be increased. As it is now, we have degraded sides of the road. And well, anyone that drives down the road can see it's not of sufficient width to handle what we currently have as a vehicular load. And the one piece that I have on Salrose Road is that the businesses on the road currently fit more within C-Tech, not necessarily based on lot size, because I believe last year or the year before there was a lot that was divided into 5,000 square feet, but other than that one, which could be grandfathered in, other than that one, the businesses that are down there fit within the C-Tech definition. And so I would really encourage that look. I mean, yes, it's a heavy load, but they're already existent there. So it's not like changing anything over. And the Knobska Way, I would rather see some of those.
Mr. Chairman.
Please excuse me,
yes,
Barry.
I think.
Point of order.
Yes.
We're not even knowing if we're going to adopt this article at this point, and there will be a stage for public testimony behind it. I mean, I respect the fact that conversation could take place, but we're not even close to this yet. So
Well,
I respectfully, I mean, it's your call, but
yeah,
I'm just saying.
I think there's public comment, Barry. We just talked about zoning. Cam has been patient to wait until 8:30. So I'm going to let her finish with her public comment. We're really not supposed to be going back and forth. It's just really for the public to make a comment. So I'll give her the liberty to continue and finish.
Thank you, Chairman, because this is just input, not conversation. And the Knobska Way, I think there were a few properties that did like covenant things, and I'd rather see that type of thing happen down Knobska Way than have it turn into an R5. I'm not looking for R5 to creep towards us. We need to create a buffer that has a stepped approach, and I am happy to say that in another venue. So thank you for listening to my comments, and I appreciate your time. And that's all I'll say publicly, other than I would really appreciate it if I did not receive so much negative pushback unnecessarily.
Oh,
Thank
come
you.
on.
Oh,
come on.
Thank you, Cam. Next up, I think David Buckley, comment.
We have David Buckley followed by Mary Longacre.
Okay. Welcome, David.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Hi.
Thank you, everyone, for your time. I'll keep it brief. I represent Christine McGrath-Iller, and we are looking for planning board support on sponsoring a zoning change for her property at 69 Hummock Pond Road. This property is currently lug 2 and has been subject to a conservation restriction since the mid-90s. And the purpose of the article is to clarify available ground cover and further build out of the property. The conservation restriction prohibits subdivision and a lot of uses and development of the property already. But we have submitted a citizens petition, but we think we'd have more success if it was a town planning board sponsored article. And if anyone has any questions about the situation, I'm happy to answer them now or in the future.
Great. Thank you very much. We'll look at that for consideration. Mary Longacre, welcome.
Thank you, John. Just a question about the agenda, item 10 on the posted agenda, discussion of citizen articles. This agenda item was not anticipated by the chairman 48 hours in advance. Is that discussion going to take place tonight? And apologies for the late hour. Or is that saying that the item is off the agenda because it was not anticipated?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, go ahead, Leslie.
that agenda item was the David Buckley comment that you just received.
Oh, I see.
Yep.
So there was not an
Or no.
intention for discussing all of the submitted articles. Thank you.
Oh, wait,
for-
Megan's shaking her head. She and I have gotten our wires crossed.
I added that on Thursday as a potential agenda item, knowing that today was the deadline for submission for the citizen warrant articles. We had no way of knowing at that time whether those articles would be released to staff and the board for review or discussion, either prior to or during the course of this meeting. So I thought to include it in the event it was. As it turns out, we have not received a copy, a list in any way, shape, or form of the submitted citizen articles. So there's nothing to discuss tonight.
Thank you very much for the clarification. No further comment.
You're
Thank you,
welcome.
Mary. Okay, Meg, is that it, or is there anyone else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, other business, 2023 planning board meeting schedule. Leslie, is that something you have?
It's just FYI, but
Okay.
Megan can tell you something different.
Okay, go
It's
ahead,
not the
Megan.
case.
No, I think it is just FYI. Catherine prepared it. The only change that I'm aware of, I received some communication from Erica Mooney today about the Zoom schedule, and I think the October meeting may be shifted. So we'll make adjustments to that as necessary, but otherwise, it should just follow the standard second Monday of the month.
Great. And then also the next meeting is going to be on December 12th, if I'm not mistaken. Okay. Anything else on the board? Seeing none, I'd entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion's been made to adjourn by Dave, seconded by Nat. Roll call, Dave,
Aye.
Nat,
Aye.
Barry,
Aye.
Joe,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, all. Thank you, staff, as always. Great job.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
Thank you all.
Hi, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, everyone.
Aye.
Bye.
Yeah.